Another.
No.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Route Post. Buck's with us tonight. We got a couple other special guests. They'll be along here shortly, and we're just talking. Now, what were you telling me about?
Okay, so one of my favorite things, one of these things I like a personal, like little, I guess an interest, a real vested interest now, is the whole IR, basically electromagnetic wavelengths. And, I've been studying them in like climate science and just a couple other courses I've taken over there, like remote sensing. That's what it ended up being. It's remote sensing. Love it. It's very interesting. But like we were talking about, or what I was mentioning, is the spectral signature and how that creates a unique identification of an object by generating like a percentage of reflected energy against the value for the wavelength. So to break that down into like a better, more way to understand it, healthy vegetation, like it's Landsat imagery, just to what NASA uses to do aerial, and like if anybody's ever seen the blue red kind of satellite imagery where something looks different colors and it's only in the red, blue, and green, that's Landsat imagery, just FYI. Within that though, what this is talking about, the spectral signature, is when you look at it overhead from the satellites, you're picking up through these color bands of the wavelengths. I'm trying to think. Oh my God, I'm totally losing my thing. No, don't do it. Don't do it. The visible light. Duh. So visible light, what we can see. So what happens is we've got red, or it's blue, green, and red, shortest to longest, and taking vegetation, healthy vegetation, for an example, like a field, a forest, whatever you want, whatever. That absorbs all the green band. Like that's why vegetation is green. It absorbs that color, but it reflects the others. So in Landsat imagery, when you're looking for healthy vegetation or areas like forest area, like anything green, basically, that's healthy, when you're measuring that, it's going to reflect red because it's absorbing all the green. Hence, that's what color is. So if that makes sense. And within that, I'm wondering what this, because that's the spectral signature of it, the percentage it's reflecting. And like I said, I did an assignment for this, and it was vegetation and a couple roadways, blah, blah, blah. I think an airport, everything in the vegetation area is red. And then throughout everything else, there's varying like kind of shades of like lighter red here. And it's about, again, what percentage that one color is reflecting in the temperature. The temperature signature, it also puts off with that. And so, looking at that though, like I said, with the spectral signature, I'm wondering in the future, with the progression of technology of this type and all that, satellite, what NASA's doing, because that's who mostly messes with this. Not getting political or anything. I was going to say real quick, the best example, if you have seen it lately, what NASA kind of messes with and how powerful and like useful these tools are, is that's what they've kind of satellite imagery and such has been used for the intel over Ukraine, like when US what they're finding. So that's kind of how powerful this is, like, and how up to date it is. Like they're able to find this stuff like this and pass on that intel. Same thing happens here. You look for healthy vegetation patches. You look for anomalies, temperature anomalies. It can measure that too. If you're going out to the ocean, it measures it in different colors on the band. Like it's not as stark as the red, green, blue. It's more like kind of, they have a motion to it. It's really cool. I think NOAA has one. NOAA has one about weather. And it's really cool because you kind of see the wind patterns and the flow patterns. And there's the colors all in there, and certain colors in that regard signify stronger winds, denser rains, extreme weather events that are happening. Because we looked at it a lot for hurricane season. Again, very fascinating. It's really cool. But like with how this technology is right now, I wonder if we can get it to a point where these spectral signatures, kind of like how we were talking about, the reflecting, and again, I'm not big on this because it's just one of those things. It popped up in the last, I want to say, oh God, I don't know, 1 to 5 years. I'm not sure. That's just when I started seeing, I guess, about cloaking figures, like things kind of like the Predator. And that's where you got to be careful because it's like, well, it looks like the Predator, and sometimes it's like that's a good match, but when everybody starts saying that, I'm like, okay, whoa, hey, what's going on here? Why is everybody got that's two? That's like when two people try to commit a murder and both their stories are like way too linear and clean, and it's like you guys fucking killed that person. This you did it. So, man, but so I've never been big on that, but is like you talked about reflective refractive light and
Mm-hmm.
how something can bend or distort that. I mean, good examples. Polar bears are a good example of that. Funny enough, Bengal cats are a good example. They kind of have a glimmer, shimmer kind of to their coats. Actually, that's why melanistic Bengal cats actually really do. The ones that are pure black, they have little spots on their bodies, but you can only see it in natural sunlight. Like and it's like a faded. It's like ghost prints, is what I call it. And it's really cool, but it's kind of, again, it's like, unless that light is shining right on that cat, you don't know that it has spots. I mean, my mom has a Bengal little kitten. She didn't figure out it was a Bengal until like, got it November, about last month, because that's the first time we saw the little ghost prints, like I call them. And it's really neat. And so there are natural forms of this kind of camouflage and I guess light refraction already that exists. So what is to say that there isn't something out there that's like actually way better at it that can control it? Because these things that have it don't really have control over it. It's just something that they have. They're already, you're born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. They already have that. So within that, I posit, like I said, if this technology continues to progress, and is there a way, like just on Zoom levels, like just, because they can measure the sea surface temperatures and land surface temperatures about, oh man, I think it's 1.5 to 2 miles, or not miles, I'm sorry, meters off the ground. So, I mean, they can already measure temperature signatures, boom, like that. What's to say they can't pick up anomalies? They are picking up temperature anomalies already. That's all that some of this is. That is all a lot of this is actually temperature signatures, energy signatures, radiative energy signatures. Whatever you want to say. I mean, it's radiative. It's not so much applies here because that's the sun it's destroying the ozone layer. And
Right.
Just don't let it happen. No, a lot of that though, when it comes like this energy, it's gotta. It's just I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to. We can already detect the anomalies in temperature if you go back through, like I said, these index of what I'm talking about, the SSTs and the GHCN. I think that's the temperature like measurements or whatever for the land index and sea. They can detect those temperature anomalies over yearly intervals, and these are anomalies, not the mean, not the average. So within that, can you somehow get it even more so and say, holy shit, man, there's that cloaking son of a bitch right there. Get his ass. And you wrangle him up and you go, now tell me all your secrets. How do you do this? I don't know, man. Once you capture them, though, if they can just bend light and turn invisible, how do you keep something like that?
Right. Right.
Oh, shit, another one got out.
I heard a few years back that the military was actually putting in red pigment in their BDUs, in their camouflage battle dress uniforms.
Yeah.
The soldiers' uniforms that they have a red pigment
that would make
in
sense
the dye.
Yeah. That would make sense because yeah. Like I said, red is the longest wavelength. It's the longest color band. So that would actually make sense on a strategic. I mean, I might be totally off base here. This is again a theory and not just kind of a guess. I wonder if that is to track them better through satellite imagery overhead, like what I'm saying with the vegetation, how the red reflects. Well, with that, I believe how they would have that is it would reflect not the same way, but it would give off a signature of kind of a red that would indicate the spectral signature. Actually, it would give that off, that unique identifier, and say, oh, there they are. We didn't lose them. They're right there. Actually, no. It's just it's these things are fascinating though to consider and just put out there. I mean, again, it's all French science. I'm not a scientist by any means. I could be completely wrong, and someone could say, "You don't know what you're talking about," and I'll go, "I blame my education and take it up with those assholes because I'm not the one who came up with this. I'm just applying it." So I'll take mine. I'll be like, okay. But it's cool. It's just cool stuff like that. Like I'm always looking into this and trying to figure it out a little bit more and just understand it, kind of get it, the numbers down better and just how the electromagnetic spectrum really and how sound plays into our lives more than we think. And maybe I'm not really sure. Our understanding of the world could be a lot more sensory based in the future than we think, because I mean, until someone creates a new level of physics, I'm not really sure how we advance beyond where we're at, I guess.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So,
and to me personally, everything you said makes sense in and using this as a tool. If you can get a hold of that technology and actually use that as a tool, man. I mean, I'm thinking, dude, just how fantastic that would be.
I feel like I would end up getting readings from the satellite right next to me and being excited and then realizing, oh no, I just been photographed with the satellite right next. Or I'd somehow blow up a couple of the AT&T satellites up there by accident and just like get blamed and yelled at relentlessly. So
Jesus.
because I mean, I'm bad at some of this. Some of this remote sensing software is actually, I will say, a lot easier. But a lot of this GIS, like geographic interactive, whatever systems, the software for it, man, it sucks. I don't like it. It's difficult to use. It's not user friendly. It's just, it's frustrating to a level where you're just like, what's the point? And it doesn't really actually play into this anyway. It's just one instance of like how much. That's what's crazy. There's so much technology and software out there for mapping purposes and like interactive like that's the next thing that's coming with mapping, and that's going to be what's actually really cool, is more of an interactive like interface with people just at home. Like you can already manipulate and add to a lot of them, but to be able to kind of get almost like a VR experience out of it, I think that's kind of what we might be headed for, just because I've seen some of one of the cooler examples is of harmful algal blooms, the tracking system for that, and how interactive that is, and how you can kind of like click on different things and like it pop up and it's like, whoa, shit, this is really neat actually. And it's just like, wow, like it's progressing a lot more than we think. And we use GIS, and it pretty much is just Google Maps type linear move there if you want to, whatever, it's the same thing or in the same vein. We use that all the time, and so it's a pertinent element of life. At least I do. I don't know, I do. But it's very cool how in depth it can get, but also brings up a lot of interesting privacy issues as well. Like, do you want your home address on the front, where somebody can just look it up? That's just another. It's just there's a lot of invasive techniques that come with this too. So beyond that, but yeah, if you can tap into that technology to use it for, like I said, if there are these anomalies like people are reporting, like where there's bending of light, because that's what it is bending on manipulation of light. That's what it is technically. Like if you are cloaked, it's manipulation of light.
Right.
I wonder if there's a way to, with this kind of technology, just something as stupid and basic as Landsat reflecting different colors, is there a way to, I don't know, or like almost like a void, like of all the colors there, and all of a sudden there's just a kind of a hole almost, if that makes sense, like where that energy or that whatever that is happening. That would actually be very creepy. I don't like that, because what the hell would that be? That would basically mean it's creating an energy it has an energy source, but it's not registering as such, and also it's not registering thermally, like temperature wise. So that would be really interesting, actually. Holy
Dude,
shit!
there's so many reports of UAPs out here who are, demonstrating that exact same property. They've got their own energy. Obviously, they have their own energy source, but it's not registering as on a thermal scale. It's the surface is cool, and it's multi-directional. It's super fast, supersonic. It's like, how in the hell is this thing propelling itself without creating some type of friction? How is it propelling itself and not creating some type of heat signature at all?
Thermodynamics, I'm not exactly, but I mean, I know a little bit. I mean, basically, what you're just saying there is true. Like, what would be have the ability to do that? It's like I can't tell you, because that's insane. It's one of those things. I don't. It's beyond comprehension, and it's going to be for not just me, but maybe possibly everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just shit that doesn't exist that we know of.
Not here on this planet or in this realm of reality, this dimensional plane. I mean, however you want to look at it.
On ours, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I want to take a moment to say hey to everybody in chat. We were having a conversation off of off camera, and I noticed it was like 9 minutes into the hour. I was like, well, we might as well go live. Just keep talking, dude. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get me on this damn. Like, I just start going off on this goofy shit, and it's just a lot of it's interesting. And like I said, people don't. It's hard to get carried away with, like, especially the infrared sound thing. Like, it's like the ghost frequency. No, it's actually just the infrared. It's right below what we can hear. We don't want. That's where it gets sensational. Like, I think people are like, "Oh, that's where you hear ghosts, or that's where you can get." Nah, it's just where you feel like you might. It's infrared sound.
Right.
Infrared sound. You don't want to. Like I said, I'm surprised it's not been, which I believe it already probably has been, weaponized or militarized, because it's just non-lethal, but also can prove that way. I mean, non-lethal is a suggestion most of the time when weapons that are called that. So they're not going to kill you every time, but there are instances where non-lethal use has come up, with deaths. So,
oh yeah, a lot.
I mean, it don't feel good.
Same thing goes with in law enforcement. You use non-lethal rounds like rubber bullets. They could hurt somebody really bad. You could kill somebody with a rubber bullet. People don't think so, but you can. Beanbag rounds, if you're at the right distance, shoot somebody with a beanbag round. It's coming out of a 12-gauge shotgun. And it's got some force behind it. It could jolt your heart to the point, if you catch a round right in the center of the chest, hit you in the heart, it could stop your heart. Boom. Absolutely. Done. And the same thing goes with any other type of non-lethal, because just because it says it's non-lethal doesn't mean it doesn't have the potential.
Like I said, it's more sometimes a suggestion. I don't want to. I don't want to test
right.
it. I don't want to get in a position where I got to test it and say, "Oh yeah, well that didn't go." I mean, no, man, I'm good.
Oh yeah, hell no.
I trust.
Hell no. Hell no. Eric, glad you made it, buddy. Claude, how you doing? Papa C, good to see you. Get 2 days warning. Sandra, good to see you. Buck's Werewolf Emporium Plus.
I know I like it. I wanna like I figured I had to start getting a brand or something, like getting my names at least matched, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna sell werewolf skins. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna retire
Werewolf
on.
skins.
We're gonna go ahead and sell us some werewolf skins, and we're gonna be rich. We're what I call chicken rich. So yeah, hopefully that takes off. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. I only need 6.5, no, 850,000 to start off with, and you'll get a personal thank you from me.
Right.
I'm embezzling all that shit and running. Like, I ain't got any werewolves. What am I going to do? I'm not going to be able to produce any results or any products. I have to run after that starts.
Jimmy Crack Corn asks, what type of channel is this? This is a channel where we come to hang out and talk paranormal shit.
Yeah. Hell yeah, Jimmy. Okay, well, you know what, buddy? For the low price of $79.99 and 3 payments, shipping and handling not included, you can own yourself a werewolf skin. I'll get you one real quick. Oh, shit. How am I going to get one?
Pyromedic asked, did you see the Discovery Channel show where they showed the military tech that differentiated species by their bioelectric frequency?
I did not. I have not seen that. That sounds interesting, though.
Once again, it comes back to my little theory about frequency. It all has to deal with frequency. And that's, I think that's where it all lies. That's where we're going to get our answers.
Well, that's the thing, man. At this infrared sound, like the 18-19 hertz range, your eyeballs, it can cause those to vibrate. Like, so like, I don't know. That's shit. Nope. I'm fine.
Yeah.
I think mine vibrate enough on their own. Like, I don't need help.
Pyro actually sent me a video on that. Fella talking about that, how his eyes are vibrating, and he was talking about in his encounter with the Sasquatch, that low frequency sound. When he got hit by it, he said that his eyes, it's like the jelly in his eyes are vibrating. Like, dude, no.
That's kind of what that would be. I mean, that's the thing. That's the infrared. Like, that's infrared right there. What, with that vibration and such. So, I mean, absolutely is a thing that's the thing. There you go. There's your connection. That's actual science. That's fact. That infrared exists.
Yep.
And that's the thing. I'll say this. That is a very weird niche thing. And that's almost like something I will lean towards, like, that's something I'm like, okay, why would someone put that in there? Because it's not really, it's kind of almost, it's comical in a way, to be honest. When you first hear that, like, your eyes vibrate, what the hell are you talking about? But it's one of those things that's backed by science with infrared. Like, that's what that does, as I just said. So it's very interesting, like, when you have experiences, whatever events that people relay, and they put that in there, because it's like, at face value, if you don't know, it just sounds like, okay, this sounds goofy almost, but it's actually there's more validity to that than other things that you might hear offhand and say, oh, I believe that. Well, sometimes, like I said, you gotta look a little deeper in what's right there. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Okay, I thought I froze up for a minute. I was like, what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. I don't know if that. Oh, Elite went mute. Okay. I was like,
Yeah, I
okay,
was
so
I
I'm
was
not doing
I was muted. Um, well, I was having problems here with my internet. I was looked like I was starting to freeze up.
okay,
That's
so
not
I thought it did for a minute because I was like,
no, because I got
right now
I've
it's
got a
fine.
I've got the channel up on it's monitoring right now, and oh poop. Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Indeed.
Might be one of them nights, man. Everybody's taking bets. I don't know if you saw me posting it earlier. It was saying Lee saying it's not going to go an hour. I'm expecting it to go about an hour and a half. So
Yeah.
if it
Glitching on
goes over
Apple.
if it goes over that, then y'all can start placing your freaking bets.
Yep.
Papa said I was a science fanatic in junior high school. I've had to relearn because most of the stuff was wrong or off. Well, it's constantly changing, and when it stops changing, that's when you've got a problem because they're not doing more research. They're not looking into things anymore, and you'll see that most of the things they're looking at now. Um, you're gonna run a profit off of.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Science is always evolving. It's not so much it's wrong or off. It's just that's the thing. That's where I think a lot of people with science, it's not about belief. It's not about right and wrong. It's more
Mm-hmm.
about accurate, inaccurate,
Right.
and is the theory, is the theory, because the science, it's all theory too. That's the thing. That's why I say it's not right and wrong, because it's legit theory. We've
Mm-hmm.
just been able to replicate the results again and again and again and again. Again, it's accuracy versus precision. Precision is hitting the same thing again and again and again, the
Mm-hmm.
same spot on a target. Accuracy is hitting the bullseye.
Right.
I'm more about, like I said, precision. Just because that's how I operate in my own life. If I can do something, if I can hit the same spot again or around the same spot, I'd rather be precise than accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So within that, though, science, it's about what is and isn't. And so it follows certain principles and rules. And again, for me, it's not trust right and wrong. It's more about, are we able to do this again and again and again and again and again and again ad nauseum, and say,
Mm-hmm.
damn, the same stupid thing keeps happening. Fine, God, this is boring, because science is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie, it is. It can be fascinating, but it's also kind of dull, at least how they present it. Um, and again, science and belief, and whether it's religion or whatever, don't have to do this. They don't. That's kind of like, I don't know. You can say it's either apples or oranges comparison, but you could also go and say it's a lateral comparison. Like if you like drinking Coke, for instance, and you always saw Pepsi and you got mad about it, or you're like, I don't think that's right, or what. It's not about right and wrong. Both things exist. The end. That's it for me. That's it. It's not about. I don't. That's the thing. I don't believe in an argument to be made for science. No, it's just what is. We've done it again and again,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the end of it.
Yep.
Like if they haven't, then yeah, you can say, well, that's not backed by anything. Again, that's why we don't really. Black hole is a really loose theory, because they haven't been able to replicate it. They haven't really been able to even discover them, or if it's shit. Am I thinking of wormholes? I might be getting one of them. It might be wormholes. But a lot of stuff is still theoretical. That's why a lot of it's not out in the open. Science, if it's anything, is careful. It's very careful. So, and that's again, just because science hasn't proven the existence of something doesn't mean that thing doesn't exist either.
Right.
Because unless they've done a conclusive thing and says this 100% we've proven does not exist, then again, science is not battling. It's almost like, that's what I'm saying. I think people get things too direct, head to head, in a conflict, like in a confrontation almost. Like there's a standoff, and it's just not true. Again, like I'm very open to my own beliefs throughout my whole entire life. My ideas have all evolved. My intellect evolved. You adapt, you evolve. That's it. Like, however you want to do that, that's fine. But I just believe that we can always improve, and we can always kind of realign our thinking. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not so much you're wrong because you believe something and then it was proven not true, or you believe something and it was, it was undone or whatever. It's more about saying, oh, well, okay, I guess I can kind of see that. Well, let me make sure that these dipshits did their due diligence too, because just because you're a scientist doesn't mean that's why they put their work out there. They put references so you can look at it. If they didn't, I would never believe it.
Right.
Like, if you don't have a reference, I don't believe you. Like, you have to have some kind of some kind of basis, reference, or else I'm just like, I don't believe you. What am I supposed to do with this? It's an opinion at that point. You wrote a blog. I'm cool. That's fine. I don't mind that, because again, I believe in a lot of the far out there stuff too. I do. The unprovens. But also, I'm not like, this is indirect, whatever. No. I don't have that mentality that's that way, I guess. I'm not afraid to be proven wrong. Just don't care. It's okay. Move forward. I don't look at it as wrong. It's just information I didn't have before.
Right.
Or I was not accurate with my facts. Big deal. A lot of people aren't. I think we have a real issue with admitting that we can often get things we misunderstand, or we are ignorant of the knowledge. No big deal. Just learn, man. Who gives a shit? If somebody's gonna make you feel dumb though about that,
I mean, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody makes you feel stupid about something, I'll tell you right now, send them my way and let me analyze them for a bit. Let me observe them. I guarantee I'll find some chinks in there, and I'll find that there's a lot more to them. And I'll say, well, that's why they did that, because they are example this, example that. Like, there's a lot of telltale things you can pick up on people about, like, oh, that's why you did that, good or bad, or whatever you want to call it, like negative or positive. It doesn't always have to be negative. It's just, oh, that's why you're like that, or oh, that's why you're like that. Those are the two reactions you're going to get. And that's just the part of, like, that's the whole psychology of this too, is like, and even culture, like a lot of this stuff it's so funny how everything is connected. It really is. And like I said, nobody's in direct conflict. Just because somebody believes in something or has seen something I haven't, doesn't automatically mean it didn't happen. I wasn't there. What the hell do I know? Also, who am I? Like, shut up, man. Like, what gives a shit? Who cares? Like, I've been told I'm wrong a lot, and I'm just like, who are you again? Who? That's the worst thing. Just, like, that's what I like to do to people stonewalling or whatever. Sarcastic stonewalling or shit posting. It's fun. Have fun with it. Like, don't take life too serious. Galileo was proven wrong, Papa C. He didn't even know where the moon was. Wait a minute. Shit, that's wrong. I'm just kidding. Actually, I just like to fuck around. Like, it's fine. I always like to get shit wrong. He didn't write his first concert until he was 16. What the hell does he know?
There are people like that, though, man. Seriously.
Oh, I know. That's why. It's a parody form, actually. Too.
Right. I mean, just, it kills me.
Galileo. I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, they were all proven that they didn't have the knowledge or they didn't have the whatever. Galileo was proven to have a couple inaccuracies in his work and shit. And so it's like, it is what it is. He's dead. What's he gonna do? Get mad at you now? He's been wrong for 500 years. And we proved him wrong, but that's okay because a lot of his stuff was right, if you want to put it in that context.
Right.
I put it like his work was super valuable no matter what. Who gives a damn if he didn't know one thing or he got one thing? Who cares? Man, that was like... What he was using was if I tried to look at the moon through my iPhone right now. But also if I had an iPhone 6. Like, come on, man. Like, really, like, the technology they had at the time, like, pretty astounding what they did discover. So, like,
exactly.
And all it is people built upon the work. It wasn't so much like this. Like, nobody was out to prove Galileo. He's wrong.
Right.
It was more like, oh, now we know this instead, and we, like, discovered this, and it's like just put it on top of that book, and it's just like and integrated. There you go.
Well, there's an old saying, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and he was one of them. Even though some of his theories were proven inaccurate, what was accurate got us to where we are today, and you've got to put it in that context. And there's a lot of people out here who are actually forwarding science, and they're just not getting all the recognition they deserve, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I know. It's Always Sunny, stupid science bitch couldn't even.
Yeah,
like, it's the best thing ever. God, I have that sticker on my laptop actually, but it's that's the thing. Like, I just don't take myself seriously. I mean, if anybody saw like whatever, like, I think the dumbest thing I've heard scientifically has nothing to do with any of this about dendrochronology. Someone just a professor of mine is a dendrochronologist, leading expert actually in it in our entire state. There's a guy in Ohio that has plotted all the dendrochronologies, the tree rings where they map climate readings and the age of trees, all that good shit, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know why they got to cut so many of them down, though. No, I'm just kidding. They just put something in the middle, take out a little stupid thing like this long. I'm the one who suggested cut the damn trees down. Just chop them all down. That'll tell you the age. You can just look at the stupid rings that way and then burn them. It's probably better for the environment. No. Basically, though, you take a little sample and you go, oh, yeah, climate change is, I guess it's happening. Oh, no, I don't know what the hell. I've done it a couple times. It's fun. Get out at night, but I don't know what the hell all the way. Anyway, she's talking about this guy that was taking all of Ohio, not your state yet. I think some of West Virginia and some of Kentucky. But he will not really, he says his data for 20 years. He won't release it, won't share it with anybody else. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why? You'll never get my precious tree. Like, what are you doing? Just sitting over there, just blah, to his own. Like, I mean,
I've heard about these people who actually hoard that information. For what reason? I don't understand it.
Yeah, and she said because she's got a good number of years left. She said, I'm just gonna go over top of him, basically collect all the same data and then release it publicly. She's like, I hate shit like this. And I'm like, and I'm paraphrasing because she's a lot nicer than I am. Because I would tell the guy, like, oh, like, what are you doing with that? Like, it's just, you creep, like, in a room, just like, oh, my tree rings, oh, God. Jackass, just release the data. Like, what are you doing? You just collecting it for yourself? It's the weirdest collection ever. Why would you have it? What are you going to do with it? Like, are you afraid someone else is going to publish findings on it? Like, that's if they know how to interpret the data. But also, like, if you make it open source, yeah, people can do that. But ain't nobody making money. And like, just be real about it. They're not. Nobody's making money in that field. It's not like, oh, I'll be so rich. I might get $100 gift card to Best Buy. Like, no, you're not getting shit, actually. You just look like a clown, like, because you holding all this data for no reason. Just release it, you jackass. And it's just, I appreciate her attitude of just saying, I'll just go get all of it myself and then release it anyway. Like, I can still go to their public sites. That's what's so dumb. Somebody can just go over top of you. So, yeah, it's a little bit more work, but if you piss them off enough.
This happens with a lot of these so-called Bigfoot researchers. They will claim they have all this information, this, that, and the other, and they're going to hold on to it. It's secret.
Secret doesn't exist.
It's like, what are you doing this for? You know, what? Why are you in this
Bragging
field? What?
rights.
What? Do you,
Clout.
basically, that's it. I mean,
Yeah, I don't get that. That's the one thing I've heard time and again about that. That just immediately I'm like, you don't really have what you think or you do, and it's bunk and it's not impressive, but you want to tout it because you spent so much time. You're like, damn it, it
right,
was. To me, it's like if you have that kind of, if you have evidence, veritable evidence of that kind that is definitive, like it will absolutely blow everybody's mind, and you're just sitting like, I can't release it for privacy reasons, or man, okay, man, you ain't got shit. Shut up, get out of here, man. You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. I don't care what everybody says. Like I respect the people that get no, I don't, because if you're sitting on that kind of shit, like, or they're just like, they say, well, we just want to live peaceful lives. Like, well, if a Bigfoot's rocking your area, is your life really that peaceful? I mean, I don't know. I mean, but also it's like, I've never really believed in that kind of thing because it's like scientific discovery. It would be immense. And I mean, I don't know. I just have different opinions on some of all that. And probably get offensive after a bit.
I totally get it though.
I
I'm
mean, because
about the same way, and
everybody believes differently. So yeah.
I'm kind of in the same boat here with Donald Fuller. He says the
That's what
ones
I'm
that
saying.
boast
Donald
about
Fuller.
having the evidence have nothing, and usually that's the truth.
Hell yeah, Donald Fuller. I back you 100%. Then we all right. No, um, it's just you know, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes releasing information is a recipe for ruin. That's yeah, it is because the instances I've seen ruin have been the people that touted they had it, released it, didn't have shit, looked stupid, and they ruined their credibility
Right.
because I mean, I think we all know kind of who I'm referring to is years back, that guy from Texas and stuff. I can't remember his name, but he just blatantly didn't provide anything, and then he was just like, "Yeah, that's it." He's just like he had a Bigfoot in his freezer or some shit he had shot, and they never produced the body, and he was just like, "Well, it happened," and he just stood by, and I'm like, "I'm not even mad. Like this mother, he just don't give a shit." He's like, "Yeah, I still have it. What about it? I'm not gonna let it go." It's like, all right. But it's just the ones that tout it and build it up, and then like nothing happens. I'm like, yeah, it is a recipe for ruin because you just blew your entire credibility over nothing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like science, you can't just even if you do discover something super anomalous, like you have to kind of do your due diligence with it and say you have to go through the whole boring aspects of getting things tested, getting things verified by experts, or doing your research to figure out what you have on your hands. As far as just like I said, experts usually that's who I would go to. I try to get somebody, and depending on what the evidence is, I would try to get somebody that is an expert in that field, or at least someone who knows more than I do, to verify this, and this with me. And I wouldn't release anything or say I have anything until I knew where I'm like, holy shit, dude, I have something. And I would be certain I could produce results. Otherwise, it blows your entire credibility. And it's kind of like, okay, well.
What Ray said there about Melba, that's Melba Ketchum. And she was head of the what they called the Bigfoot Genome Project.
2013, yeah.
Yeah, I think she had her shit together, but I think she pissed off the wrong people
I
or the
think,
right ones, however you look at it. What are
yeah,
What are your thoughts on it? I mean,
I have a couple issues with her, like her work, not her personally. I don't know her personally. I do think her background was interesting, coming from being a veterinarian and owning her own veterinarian business in Texas. Um, that is an interesting that does lend some credibility and validity. It's more about the strange backers that she had that had a few of them drop out, but they weren't not a lot known about them. Another thing is she's a veterinarian, which is good. She knows animal sciences. She had to go through school to know at least the animal sciences on what someone pointed out. And this isn't even something I thought of. What you and people can disagree because I know they will. I think you do need to have an understanding or at least some kind of background somehow with this, and it's primatology. You know, the closest thing that we can call a Bigfoot, and again, this is going to be polarized. I'm fine with that too because I actually can see the other side. I'm just positing. I'm putting this out there. This is more devil's advocate because this can go either way for me. But it is something that I think is of interest. There's no background in primatology. Animal sciences does help. Don't get me wrong. It does. It helps more than anything I have for sure. But again, if you don't have that it's kind of like why you kind of have to have an understanding of the primates we already know, because the closest thing we have is to a Bigfoot to compare is the primates, anything in that family. So there does need to be something there a little, but I can also see where people say, well, it's not the same. So again, just devil's advocate on that one, actually. My issue, though, what ended up happening was when this report came out, it was sent to, because when you do publish a scientific report in the community, any kind of science, it doesn't matter. Biology, blah, the whole spectrum. If you write a paper and you have, whatever lab results, all that stuff, in order for it to be verified, to actually be kind of put out there like this is science, like this has been backed, it's gone through the whole process, replicable result, we see all this, it has to be peer reviewed by people that are within your field too, or within a linear, a similar field, something, sorry, not linear, lateral field, like something similar, or even, it can be adjacent, but it has to be peer reviewed in order for people to say, we checked your results, we see that they're there, you have this is exactly it, boom, you got it. And that wasn't done. Every scientific publication she sent it to rejected it outright. Some actually were probably a little bit too nasty, in my opinion. It doesn't need to be done. Just to reject it. Don't kind of get like, haha, you dumbass, like that kind of stuff. That's just okay, cool. Oh man, you're super edgy. Wow, you called her a dumb, and like it's stupid. Just reject it. Boom, the end. And then. Because of that, it was more difficult to get it published, especially under the scientific umbrella, saying that this is proven data that we have found about the genome that relates back to Bigfoot, which technically couldn't be produced either, and had some iffy, controversial stuff with it. It seemed creating her own website, that is probably the one thing that stands out the biggest to me. And when I say that, not so much. It's not what everybody thinks. She created a website in order for this to be published, basically, and put out there as scientific fact, even though it had no backing by any kind of community of that, veracity. That's the thing. It's like she went ahead and just subverted it and said, I don't give a shit if you don't agree with my results. That's fine. Anybody is allowed to say that. What I don't agree with is going ahead and saying, I'll put this out there anyway under the guise that it was peer reviewed, but people have to pay and the article, they had to pay $30 to just read the essay. So that's where it starts to get, there's some behaviors there and some actions that make me kind of pull back and say, okay, like you didn't get it scientifically reviewed. You said, F that, I'm going to go ahead and publish this shit anyways on a website, and then try to get other, send it out to like this journalist that wrote about this, about the review of the whatever. He was sent the link and he said, I got to pay $30 for this just to review it for you. And put out give you some media. It's like, I'm not paying $30 for a fucking PDF. I don't blame him. I wouldn't either. It's the most expensive goddamn PDF I've ever heard of. And that's the thing. Like if you want exposure and you really do have something and you say, these people were wrong, they're wrong. I'm not going to take this. I'm going to release this then and have the public decide. That's cool too. $30, oh man, I'm not paying for that. I don't give a shit if you got some of the most amazing shit. I'm not paying for it because it's the principle of it to me. Like you already were backed by, from what I can tell, pretty good benefactors, money wise. The fact that you need an additional, that just rubs me the wrong way. It makes me it becomes like, how valid is this if I have to pay for it? It sounds like an infomercial to me. Like, this will help your, everybody's falling all over themselves, spilling shit everywhere. This will help you never spill again for $39.99 for 3 months. No, the hell it won't. I'm still tripping, spill shit. I'm gonna spill shit all the time. I'm clumsy as hell. Don't tell me I won't spill stuff. Same thing as this. Don't tell me not to kind of feel like you're not being upfront about something's weird, something's wonky. So that's just my take on it. I don't really know how much science was there either. Again, comes from an animal scientist background, but I mean, other than that, I mean, does that qualify someone to run? I mean, what lab ran it? I mean, that's the thing. Like, her own labs ran these results too, because it's something with the labs happened too. So again, and I'm not, and again, they still have said, how long do these samples go for? Where do they get them from? Like, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of weird, like, I mean, the scientific community, that's what I'm saying. They don't publish, you don't hear about fringe topics like string theory and these are some of the more far out fringe stuff. I'm replying to somebody's comment. They don't tease you like, we're going to release it soon. I promise you, we're going to release these results. And that's what Melba Ketchum did and her team. I know the timeline. They kept promising results. If you're under the scientific guise, you don't do that. You literally don't do that. You wait until everything is done. And then you do it, because then that's when you have everything you need. It's not a movie. It's not it's not a TV. It's not like it's just it's not best way, but it's not a production. Why would he
right
back? And again, this is not an attack on a person. I think it's kind of, you just look at it and you're like, I can't just test the samples, just test them and then release the results. Who cares? Like, the end of it. There you go, right there. And I mean, if you have trouble with them being tested, like it seemed like it, and then you test them in your own lab, I start to wonder if you have confirmation bias, even if you aren't being disingenuous with what you're putting out there. You could be looking for, confirm what you already, I knew it, that kind of moment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. There was just little to no third party participation, and that's one of the scientific principles that needs to be peer reviewed. It needs to be, it's one of those things that, like, it can't just be like one time I found it, and you have one result. You have to be able to say, let's test this again, and it comes out boom again. It's like every time we keep getting that, and every time it's the same. You know what I'm saying? It's just it that's where a lot of the stuff, like it the one I'm explaining is boring, and it's not what people want to hear. It's not. It lacks imagination. It's realism. Sadly, trust me, it sucks. I fucking deflated my balloon a little bit too, man. So I was like, oh, but like when you go back and look, it's kind of like, I mean, what labs does she use then? That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't see. I mean, the results seem to come back, and I'm paraphrasing a little of this.
Are you talking about?
I was looking at the comments.
Yeah. Ray says she used several labs, and I can understand her frustration of being rejected. Man, why was she being rejected by these other places?
Because it ended up being the results ended up being, I can't remember what it was, but it was one lab tested. It was come out for one animal, an actual animal. And that's the thing. Like I said, I'm not attacking the person. That's what I'm saying. This is not an attack about a right or wrong where everybody. It's like, I'm not trying to prove. Like, at the end of the day, I'll be honest. I'm not her, and it does not affect me. Point blank. I just am saying, like, I'm pointing out these are facts. It's not. I'm not. I have no agenda. I don't really give a shit. People can believe what they want. I'm just saying that was 2013 and it's 2022, and I ain't seen a damn lick of evidence that makes me believe any further. She is not proven beyond a shadow of doubt, or whatever you want to call it. Not even a shadow of doubt. Shouldn't say that. It's always, like I said, it's theory. Shouldn't say that. My bad. Sorry, I got myself confused with Kramer and Kramer. I was watching Kramer versus Kramer earlier, the law drama from '84. So my bad. No, '79. Whoops. But my thing is Um, yeah, I mean, no, the test. That's the thing. Tests do. That's the thing. They do cost, dude. The lab tests cost a shitload of money. But that's what I'm saying. Like she had that backing, and then what if they cost? That's what I don't understand. That if she already had a lab to test in, why not bypass that cost to begin with and just get it the first time? Like test it in your own lab the first time, get those results, and then go to look at another lab and say, look, this is what I found. This is a huge discovery. How much would this cost? Are you willing to whatever? I mean, I don't know. I might have even tried to work out a damn deal with them just because it's like, do you see what I found here? Like, this is incredible. I don't see another lab. Like, they may still charge, but it's like, dude, you still did it in yours first. You said, holy shit, boom. Now you've almost got a ground in where it's like, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. These are what I found. Prove me wrong. Not the other way around. Like, oh shit, these labs all they lost a sample, or this is wrong, this is wrong. I'll finally test it in mine. Like, why? Do it in yours first. It's cheaper. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of these weird, like, it's not even about like science. Just like, why? That's not what. Why the hell would anybody do that? Like, do it in your own damn lab first. I mean, save your costs, man. And it's just like, why tease somebody like it's a album release or something? Like, we're promised it's coming. The record's coming. It's like, nah, man, just that's the thing. It's like, don't cave to people's pressure either. I think that's another problem that happened. And it seemed like she kind of caved because people were getting whatever. And I'm just like, why the hell is everybody getting aggressive about making fun to somebody? Like, chill out. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Chill out. Like, people just immediately get mad. And it's like, I would just tell y'all, get fucked. Y'all never see this shit. I burned the damn thing in front of y'all. Shit, I am a petty person when it comes down to shit like that. Like, I'd have just, I guess none of us know now. You shouldn't talk shit to me. Like, I don't know why people got mad at her. That's what's so goofy. Like, let her do her damn work. Don't ask, where's the results? You get in here and do it. You know how to? No, I didn't think so. So shut up. Like, so again, this isn't an attack on the person. I can play devil's advocate and see everything. It's just those last actions I described. It just seems off to me. Something doesn't seem right about, and not even like a conspiracy or like somebody's coming. No, it's more like, why? It's like it reminds me of when anybody in the world, I've done it too. You fuck something up and you're like, oh shit, if I just tell one white lie, I'll be okay. You'd be able to get past it. But you get that mountain of spiraling stuff and then you're like, oh my God. Damn. So I don't know. I'm just positing that and again, a lot of this is just what I read on my own. Cause I mean, when I first heard about it, I was like, well, holy shit, this is pretty big. And then I got more into it. I'm like, well, I don't know if there's anything there all the way.
I think there's a lot of bullshit going on there. Not that just she made a mistake, but I think they're on the other end. They made mistakes too. But I think the whole deal was a shit show. From what I've read, I would like to see somebody do that again, using these samples.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know where she got them, and and that's the thing. You should be privy to results. Definitely, like Ray says. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, that's cool. Like I said, I want it to be like actual though results, and not like these again. And this is where I point out, I'm actually being genuinely like I try to engage in this other sometimes the other thought process, but like. When like Eric says it doesn't fit their agenda, what's their agenda? I guess that's what I'm kind of confused. Like, what's their agenda to suppress? I mean, I'm not saying that people wouldn't, I guess, suppress Bigfoot evidence, but I kind of don't see. I use the example. Look at the last 3 years of the world. It's been fucking crazy, right? I think it has been. There's been some wild shit going on. Like, you're just like, what the fuck? We normalize every bit of it though. We don't even flinch at shit now. We just like, oh yeah, that happened. Oh, what? It's crazy.
Right.
Next thing happens, we're good. I'm gonna be honest. I think Bigfoot, if it was proven real, I don't think it would make as big of an impact as everybody thinks. I don't think anybody really give a shit after a couple weeks. I'm just gonna be real. Like, I think the world's so used to crazy shit at this point, and just one thing after another. People would be like, "That's pretty cool," but I think large and by far everyone of us would be super like, "Whoa, whoa, holy shit, this is so cool!" But like people like I guess my mom or my brother gonna be like, "Okay, I don't really okay, it changes my life none." Like you know what I'm saying, like they don't care. And
Yeah.
so I don't really think it would be as big of an impact anymore. So that's why I say I don't really know why they'd be hiding it. Like, what's it matter anymore? Like, I mean, they
Was
just
it?
disclosed all the UFO shit, kind of. I mean, they just admitted to it. It's it's kind of like duh. But to me, that's more of a big thing to even acknowledge at all, versus a Bigfoot. Like, you gotta okay, you got people from outer space or interdimensional demons or interdimensional beings that seem to be pretty well advanced beyond our means. Like they could probably tear us up if they wanted to. Or you, or should we hide this hairy big man running around the Pacific Northwest? We should probably keep him a secret, right? Oh shit! If this gets out, man, for screwed. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because it's like, why would they hide that but not? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm not saying our government's transparent. They're fucking not. Like, there's shit.
No.
The shit what we think we know about, we have no clue. They come on. They're not gonna. It's not. Yeah. Um, it's just that's what I'm saying though. Like, if they're gonna start discussing openly about UAPs and such, and not try to hide that, which to me is going to would cause more mainstream fucking panic. Whoa, I really think that would resonate harder. Bigfoot, like I said, a big hairy man running around 2,000 miles from where people live, and on the other side of the coast. Like, if you're in New York, what the hell are you gonna care really? They're
Hmm.
not. So that's why I kind of question, in a, I guess, an amusing way, like what's the agenda to hiding that? What's the agenda of suppressing this? I
I'd
mean,
like to know that.
if they are suppressing it, but it starts to, that's where I'm just like I don't think anybody would give a shit as much as you think. I think people would just be like, okay, what are you gonna do?
Well,
I
I
mean,
kind of thought that too, especially after 2020. After the pandemic hit and the craziness that went on during 2020, and then followed up by 2021. Here we are, 2022, and we're still dealing with the madness in another different form. And we're staring down the barrel of a loaded freaking gun every fucking day. And why? And I do believe, this is just me personally, I believe they've suppressed this for whatever reason. I don't have a damn clue why, but I believe they have.
what's funny?
If they're
Maybe no. Sorry, I was gonna say you might be. I will say this again. I always like to see both sides. You might be right. What if it, man? What if it's something so dumb? And the reason is because when it first came out, they were like, "Holy shit, this is actually something we don't want to screw with. Like, this is scary."
right,
And then
right,
time goes on, and they're still just suppressing it because out of habit, almost because they're just like,
it just it okay. You take for instance, you've got stupid laws that are on the books in certain areas that were put in there in the late early 1800s. And they're still there. They're still on the books, and they can still be held against you. And it's ludicrous. And they don't go back and they don't change that. My theory is it's on the back burner somewhere, and they don't give a shit to let us know. And they don't. I don't think they've ever cared enough about us to let us know to begin with. We're a bunch
that's
of dumb, retarded children
yeah,
running around.
they don't give a shit. That's the thing. That's what's so. I mean, and that's not just the government. Like, look at, like I said, my example, New York to Oregon. Nobody cares about anybody there beyond this. They don't give a shit. It's on different side of the like. It's on the other side of the world as far as they're concerned most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
People are very, and all of us are like this. We focus on our core, the bubble around us a lot of times, what we can see outside that, and so, it's not that we're inherently selfish. It's just kind of our nature. It's the human condition, And why would we think that the people we put in power are any different? They're not susceptible to that. Like, because they act like they're not, the hell they aren't. They're more susceptible part of we are to it. Because they're heavily influenced. I'm just politicians in general and people, policymakers, law, whatever you want to call them, people in charge, tend to always people come they're flip flopping. Well, they change their minds because their interests changed, not their ideology. Their interest shifted. So where the interest is where they make their bread or whatever you call it. They're living their life, how they're secure, how they're comfortable,
Mm-hmm.
all the things they want. If I backed it, don't matter. It's not about belief. It's not about installation for them. It's just about the gain, the investment they can get. Where are my interests at? And that's the thing. Like when you vote, it sucks because you're like scumbag one or scumbag two, scumbag one or scumbag two. Oh, which one is it that we choose? Like you're all terrible. Like I don't give a shit about any of y'all. I would like to have a 4-panel, and if you guys fuck up, you get zapped a couple times or something. Not a 5-panel shit. See, that's how my mind works. Is I'm like, yeah, let's do a 4-panel so it's always tied. And they can like fight to death or something.
Well, this Ray has a big point right here. There's something I was actually getting ready to get to the point about, and these sickos, these. I'm trying to watch my tongue. They want to control us. And how do you control a population? You control information. You dumb everything down. The old saying, knowledge is power, and we don't have that power. They don't want us to have that power.
So they dumb down they overcomplicate the systems and the services, but they dumb down the flow of knowledge that we're given and the people, and it's just like everybody's kind of accepted it. Whereas I'm telling you right now, man, if all of us tomorrow said we ain't put up with this shit no more, I'm not going. I ain't going to my fucking job. Y'all can kiss my ass. You don't care about me. You don't give a fuck about me. Why should I ever care about you? If everybody just quit doing that shit for a week, put up with it, made it just a little bit difficult on yourselves, trust me, they'd have to change. Because what are they going to do? Well, automate everything. Man, I can't even get Google Maps to take me to the right place sometimes. You're going to tell me a whole robot's going to do something? I don't think so. Don't bullshit me. Google has got money out the ass, and they still got kinks. They can't automate everything. Don't play yourselves, man. It's all bullshit everybody's been fed. There ain't a robot. Look around us, man. Look around at the technology we deal with on a daily basis. You really think they're going to employ a mass scale of automated systems suddenly? Walgreens just changed their ordering system for prescriptions. I had 2 people tell me my script was ready. Guess the hell what? Wasn't in stock. So tell me right now how they going to automate that level of incompetency. I will miss it. I can't have that. I need these people to screw with my shit. It's just, that's what I'm saying. Like they implemented just a new ordering system, and look at that. They messed it up to where they couldn't order prescriptions for a whole full week just across the board. And it's like, uh-oh. So again, who buy this shit that employers need, people need? No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't go for a week and see how these motherfuckers change their tune. They will. Trust me, they will. Because they'll realize they're losing money out their ass. That's all that matters to them.
And another thing, too, the current regime is becoming aware that JQ Public is a hell of a lot smarter than they ever give them credit for. And it's because we have actually got the technology. We actually have the information right here at our fingertips to see, and we can make our own choices. And they can't stand that, and that's why a lot of them are running around. And two, when they've been, and you look at it, they've been doing some shady shit right out in the open.
See, this is the kind of shit Jame likes too. She's quick conspiracy with the this kind of stuff she's into. It. Like, I was surprised by that.
Well, that's not a conspiracy. I mean, that's just a
Yeah.
fact.
Well, I mean,
That's just a
like
fact.
around.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm thinking more. I went off on my own little thought pattern there.
I,
Actually,
I understand what you're saying, though.
yeah,
I
I think
do.
it's like, yeah, all that stuff, like, just how. And I mean, it's you're right. It's conspiratorial in the way that I will say this. I guess I might define this differently too. Sometimes I look at conspiracy simply as something you can't fucking prove, but that you know.
Right.
And thus it breeds that conspiracy, like all this stuff. But like at the root of it, it's man, it really looks like you did this. I can't prove it.
Another
So
another another thing they count on is the JQ. Once again, JQ Public. They once again they count on this. The fact that we suffer from a acute form of short-term memory loss, and if we're not bombarded by the media telling us what they think we need to know, we're going to forget about it. There's a lot of people though who are like that. I mean, the sheep out here who trust the shit they've been spoon-fed, and they'll just go on. Okay, yeah, well, you know,
it's super fascinating, the whole psychological ramifications of stuff like this. I think it's just we've been programmed to believe that
programmed. Yep.
we've been instilled with this doctrine, all this stuff, this dogma, like you have to do this. If you don't do this, you won't get this. If you want this, you should do this. Why won't it hurt you? Like it's that thing. It's like, why would it hurt you? That's a lot of how I've seen people strong armed into shit. Well, it wouldn't hurt you to do it once. You'll be okay just doing it once. Well, once turns into however many times ad nauseum because you take advantage. People, the system takes advantage of people and puts them in positions, keep them down. You're right. And like somebody said that in the comments, and they said it keeps us in new lows, and it's like, yeah, they kind of do, because they keep trying to one up themselves on what kind of shitty, aberrant behaviors and practices they can put out here. And that's the thing at the root of it all. One of our kind of installments in learning about environmental, like I'm in sustainable environments. You can tell people about climate change all day long. You can tell them this is happening. I see this. You need to look at this. This is the facts, blah, blah, blah. You talk at them, they're not going to listen to you, because I don't listen to people talking to me. I don't want to hear this shit. But if you appeal to them on an emotional level and tell them, hey, I get it, man. I get where you're coming from. I can see your point of view. Why would I not? You're human. But see mine for a bit, and let's not get angry about it. I think people jump to anger quick, and they say that this is this, and they label things so that it distance themselves morally from it, even though that they see this is wrong, but I don't know how to fix it. And I think that's a lot of the problem. People look at it and say, I don't know how to fix this, so let me just get mad at other people that don't know how to fix it either, because we're all in the same boat, so I can yell at them more, because we've already sailed away from the big ship and they don't hear me anymore. And so a moral distancing of types happens, and we start to blame the individual versus why the fuck have they not put a cap on some of the things going on. I'm 37. I've lived through 9/11 at 15. I have lived through a fucking recession, personally affected by a housing crisis. What else have I lived through? Shit. Name all the fucking shit. Name it all. I've lived through all of it. A lot of changing events. And I know everybody here has. I'm just saying, like, the last real stable time that I knew, I was 15 fucking years old.
Right.
That ain't right. That ain't how it should be. And so we already been through some chaotic shit enough. Why do we make it more difficult in our own country against our own people? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't seem right. Whose interests is everybody serving? Again, agenda's an overused term. What's your interests? Where does your comfortability lie? Because that's what a lot of these people do. They go, well, I hate that this person will be uncomfortable, but I don't want to be.
Right.
I'll push this button. Oh shit! I don't have to see him. I'm out of sight. They just, and so, yeah. I think that's the thing. We don't see each other's point of view enough. We just get mad instead. Like, this is liberal or this is conservative. Dude, I don't give a shit about either one of those. To be honest, I have problems with each side. If you really want to know, I think if you're on a side, it's kind of like if you could live in your whole house, why would you pick one fucking side or one floor? That's on you. You limit it yourself. Don't be pissed at everybody else.
Yeah.
Get in the middle a little bit more. And maybe bring some people with you and say, hey, I can see why y'all hate that shit. That sucks. But here's the thing why it might kind of be detrimental a little bit. And that goes both ways, like I said. Trust me, you go too far either direction. No, I ain't about it. Because then it's just an echo chamber of who's wrong and who did this and who ruined this. Sure. Yeah, let's talk about how it's ruined instead of how we fix it. Bullshit.
Here's a theory right here is floating around, and then if you look into it and you see what's going on and seeing how things are shaping up, this it tends to follow along with the guidelines here of what they're trying to do. The globalist agenda, the one world order. I mean,
which Bush was that? Was that the 9/11 Bush or the other Bush who was friends with Saddam?
Friends with Saddam. Yeah.
Just
Bush Senior. No, it's true though. Yeah. George Herbert Walker Bush was an evil individual. I mean, he was the head of the CIA at one point in time.
Well, shit, if you were in the CIA at all, I have to wonder what kind of a mindset you have for the world. Good God. CIA is one of the few I just...
right.
I'm good. No, I don't want to ever meet any of you.
Never.
No, I don't feel like being dosed with LSD 130 days consecutively. Fucking. I mean, again, if my thing is if they're doing a globalist, and that's I'll say that I don't know enough about it, so I can't all the way. In my opinion, when I don't all the way know, I can't have a fully formed, strong opinion on it. I do put it like this: if they have a globalist, I guess I don't understand for real. Like I don't understand because how we're dealing with the globe now, nobody fucking gets along. Everybody's mad at everybody over the dumb, like everything, all the time. Like so, if there's a group that we're talking about that's particularly trying to do it, that makes more sense. I guess I'm just trying to figure out like what looks like more to me than. I guess maybe my understanding of it is there's a one group that causes this entire chaos to divide everybody, and then they can roll over the. Wouldn't you roll over the ashes though? Because I mean, this is like wouldn't it cause the mass mutually assured destruction?
There you go, Chrissy. She says, man, drop a link. I can't get logged in on Facebook on my computer. Save my life. Bless her heart. There we go. Hey.
What's up? It's always something. I've been sitting here trying to get logged on to Facebook. And you know what? Because that's just how my life goes, but I'm here.
Like your background.
Yes, I'm a UFO.
It's shining right down on your head. That's great.
They're letting me come talk for a little while. That's really what's been going on.
So you've been upstairs.
I've been getting abducted every other week, so that's why y'all haven't seen me. They're letting me come down and talk about things tonight, though. I know their names.
Awesome. You do. On a first name basis with them.
Oh, man. What y'all talking about? I just busted up in here. I've been trying to get in here forever now. Sorry.
Well, I first started talking about, science. You know, and then busted into something else.
Okay.
Talking about politics.
Oh, fun. Where's that?
No, it's not fun. I try to stay away from that crap, but here it is. But it's a lot of stuff we need to talk about. But then again, we don't need to talk about.
Yeah. I hadn't seen the news. I really don't know what's going on, except for did I send you the thing about the aliens, like the radiation burns, the what the Pentagon released, like the 1,500-page document and all that?
I think you did. I still haven't read that yet. I'm sorry.
Man, like I don't know how that's not. Nobody cares. I mean, they told us.
See, I told you.
I don't care.
Well, that's because they also. I mean, part of it. It's funny. It's really. It's like 1,500 pages. Everybody's like, I don't want to read that. It's a lot. So,
it is, but I at least got the highlights from the articles. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I would say at least done that. And it's like,
no, I wasn't. We were talking about this a few minutes ago. How I was like, if Bigfoot came out, everybody would be like, yeah, who gives a shit? It's like now they're like what you just talked about. Everybody's like, yeah, it's too long. Didn't read. Who gives a shit?
I mean, at least read the articles on what it kind of was saying. Like, just it kills me. It kills me because I don't know if it's legit or they're seriously setting us up for the fake alien invasion. I think it could go either way at this point.
I don't think they have the. I'll be honest. Well, no, I think they might have the technology. I just don't.
I think they've been reverse engineering the technology for quite some time now, and they've got it figured out. I'm pretty sure
okay. Well, that's.
I think there's legit UFOs, like organic UFOs, if you will, and there's the government replicas. But I think there's the original ships that they reverse engineered. But I don't know if I'm on board with the fact that they came from outside this planet.
Well, a lot of people.
I think they came within the planet. Are they're somewhere possibly on this planet or on this planet. Under this planet. I don't know. However you want to look at it. That's my thought.
I mean, the thing is it's with that, if they're from another planet, if you think in the mindset that they are just even slightly similar to our, species, their thought process would either be eradicate, for fear of being eradicated, like the whole dark forest or Fermi. I think it's either the Fermi paradox or I think that might be what it is. If I'm thinking it's that or dark forest. Anyways, it's to destroy.
To destroy anything like less intelligent than you or whatever.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was trying to find a link. It's okay. So it's basically like, it's destroying you something before it destroys you. Basically, it's like I think it is the dark forest. Yeah. So you got to think about like you're a hunter going through the forest, but something else is in there too that's similar to you, and so you can either make contact and say, hey, I'm just here hunting too, no big deal, don't shoot me, or you can fire immediately, defeat your adversary before they become that. It's almost kind of like, so
just self-preservation at all costs.
Yes. Or in my mind, they would make contact and identify themselves.
Well, we don't know that they're not.
That's true. Well, I mean, shit, you got me.
Because it's been rumored that they have. So, I mean, it depends on what rabbit hole you want to go with that. But it's been rumored that a lot of presidents, like Eisenhower, I think is probably the most popular president on that conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Who knows? Because I think a lot of it is truth and there's a lot of misinformation. I think they put a little truth and a lot of lies out there, and you got to sort through it all. And it gets...
It's somewhere in between is usually what a lot of people always think. Oh.
Bigfoot may be down there with the aliens, too.
It very well could be. We don't know.
Very well could be.
And you talk about another controversial subject when you want to really talk about
My
something.
dogs are fighting and my child is yelling at them.
Sorry.
Oh, that's
There
okay.
may
I
be
got
dog
my
drama
own.
in the background. I have a lot of dogs.
Everybody heard a lot of that from my youngin' last night. That's okay. Let them do what they got to do. Let a kid be a kid. You know,
Just say, like the professionalism. Oh my God. I am astounded.
screw it. You know, tonight's episode was based on we're going to talk about giants, mountain giants, and orbs, and all this other stuff. Well, you know, that's just as bad as Sasquatch. You know, I was looking up. We're talking at one point in time.
Are you saying giants like in Nephilim, or are you talking about like giants that they found like buried around?
Giants that they found buried around.
Okay, like the Ohio giants and that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Because you know what was found supposedly, you know what I mean? Allegedly, there we go. Allegedly, with the giants down there was like the Egyptian artifacts in Ohio.
Yes.
Out there surrounding it. It's like, what's that about? Why is that showing up?
They found they found Sumerian artifacts with giants they found in Peru.
See, I mean,
So
it's all. I'm seeing the comments finally. I hadn't looked over them since I got here, but
and there's this big thing about the Smithsonian cover up and all this other
all
stuff.
presidents are related, right? Like, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory I get on board with. I think there's a bloodline there. We're all the elite. But hey, everybody, there's a lot of people here that I haven't seen in quite some time. Good to see y'all. Aliens took over Will Smith's brain and made.
I don't think aliens took over his brain. I think Jada Pinkett Smith did that.
She may be an alien, though.
I don't know. You look at her.
Saying that's not the case.
It's possible.
They are among us. And that may be one. Maybe that's what Hollywood is.
Oh, it was it Operation Mockingbird?
Huh?
Look at the Operation Mockingbird.
Oh, yeah. That's where Hollywood... Is that where Hollywood, the media,
Yeah.
the government all basically conspired together to gaslight humans?
Yeah, it's all been. They all have CIA plants. Yep.
Yes, I think that's all connected, and like the Bushes are supposedly related to Queen of England and like that bloodline, and I believe that too could be.
It could, yeah, it could be. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I was trying to do my diligence and pulling a Chrissy and taking.
Sorry.
That's all good, man.
I was trying to help set up
I never have a pen when I
her
want it.
thing or there, whatever for.
Guess I can just pull it up while I'm on here. I'll type in Hollywoodism, and then I will have it to go back later and see. So much easier. I make things so much harder than they have to be. Hello, Eric.
Eric tried to log on earlier, said his device wasn't connected.
I wasn't a fan. Rusty brought up American Horror Story, Aliens. I was disappointed in it, kind of. They could have done so much better with it. I was not a huge fan of that episode. Let me down.
I quit watching that after the circus.
The Surface was a creepy one, but Apocalypse was really good. Man, I liked all of them except for Roanoke, and the last one just wasn't one of my favorites either. But
yeah,
we're good.
I never really got into that one myself. I watched some of it.
Oh, and I didn't like one. I wasn't a fan of Murder House either. Didn't like that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was weird. All of them are weird. What's Proto-Sumerian? I don't know. I know what Sumerian is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sumerian. It's old as hell. Older.
That is the first culture that supposedly is it Anunnaki that are Sumerian? Is that alien connection?
That is our alleged alien connection to the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the legend of Gilgamesh comes from.
Yeah.
That's around 2800 to 2500 BC.
And aren't they the ones that brought us written language?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking so.
Well,
They're kind of like the cradle
yeah.
of civilization, of everything, of knowledge. I feel like. I don't know if I'm gonna read. I hadn't been reading. I've read one time in probably a month. I feel like it's a total ripoff that I'm tarot tuber Chrissy at this point. But that's what I was afraid of with like niching my YouTube too much, because that's just part of everything going on in my head. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, I was trying to get Jame in here because she does something similar.
What does she do?
She has a tarot business.
Oh,
Up here where we're
okay.
at. Yeah. So she'd be a good sound, like, cause some of the things, because she some of the I watched your oh my god, what am I trying to say here? Camera, what you captured and the pictures that move, the your orbs and stuff. And I found it very very intriguing. I looked into just to kind of like, I wanted to look into something about it, and about one of the kind of something I noticed in one of the shots or whatever. I kind of noticed a little tracer, and I'm still getting a little bit versed. I'm still getting versed in the IR and such like that video, and what you can say this is and this isn't, and the little tracers is indicative of the type of camera, like the IR. So that was really the only thing I noticed where I was kind of like, I want to check on that. But otherwise, it was pretty compelling, and I'd be pretty convincing, actually. It's pretty awesome that you were able to capture that kind of stuff, because I mean, damn. I mean, how IR works, it's pretty nuts.
As of now. I can't remember the last time. I don't know that it's happened in April yet, but I say it stopped all the time, and then after I finish this live, I go check my camera, and it happened again. Like, that's usually how it happens. But as of now, there hasn't been any activity since, I think it was right after we went on our last trip. It was at the end of March.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, well. Yeah.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah.
But it started slow.
Well, if that means you can actually go upstairs without having to fear about somebody tiptoeing around you.
It's made it, but I still just
that you can't see.
I'm over it.
I was kind of explaining, what did the process of you to kind of get it to the activity to calm down? What was the process? Because I'm not as...
I quit talking about it. I quit going up there.
Okay.
Like, I tried to seriously stop giving it any attention, like any thought at all. Like, I just tried to block it out. And it seems like, I don't know, there was something about me leaving and going out of town that aggravated it to death. It didn't stop that night. It was like every 2 or 3 minutes, if that, constant motion going off all night long. Has never been that active. I had to turn my phone off because it was draining my phone. I was getting so many notifications, just and I'm like, oh my god. And then I think the night we got back, it happened that night, and that was the last night. Nothing since then, and that was the end of March, I believe. It was when my daughter was on spring break, so 24th, 25th, something like that. That's been the last time. And it's the 9th.
I was gonna say, so between you and Jamie with Lamerte down there, I want to make sure.
Okay. Hey, I was thinking, but I wasn't like 100. I'm like, okay, this is her figure, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what would be kind of like how you two, your sense, like, I know she's sensitive. I don't know how that goes for you, but I mean, I think that'd be kind of an interesting thing for you two
but
to
I
share.
have a problem with turning it off because I start to think so logically, because now I'm almost convincing myself, what if nothing was there at all? Like when it does stop and it stops for periods of time, it's like, was I just psyching myself out? Like, did that really happen? I still do that to myself. You know what I mean? Because I still don't know. It could have been somehow a trick of the light. You know, like I really just don't. No, I don't think so, but
I don't think so.
it never progressed into anything else. So that's why I'm like, what?
We sat here, me and Buck did a in-depth analysis of your video, you know, and I actually showed him
bits and pieces of it.
I showed him the last one that you sent me.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and we looked at that and just saw how it danced around the room and did its own thing. It's free moving. There's no reflective surface. It has some type of intent. It has intelligence, and it's moving around. It's like, what the hell is that? Who the hell is that? After a certain point, I'm like, who is that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
It was weird. It was so weird, but I mean, it may happen again, because when it first happened, it was right after Christmas. It was sometime in December it happened. Then it didn't set off the camera at all till over probably a month later, and it was just one time. And then that's the only thing that increased was how much it happened. But no, and there was the growls. I forgot about the growls.
Mm-hmm.
That freaked me out. And that was one thing I was just like, you know what? You can set off the camera as much as you want. Stop growling. Like, no more noises, because that shook me to my core that day. Because I'm like, that was either growling or furniture sliding. I don't know which one. But neither should be happening up there, because nobody's supposed to be up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jane, what was your? You had something similar with a not with orbs, but like something presence in a home, right?
We can't hear you.
Oh, I think you're muted.
No, she's not muted.
Are your earbuds connected? You can back out and go to settings and go under whatever.
Go under your mic, and you can adjust your mic settings, your mic volume.
It'll probably take you out of this screen. No, you can get settings from right here.
Should be able to.
Let's see.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah, hit audio, and then go to your mic and make sure you have your buds clicked.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm horrible with technology. This is usually me. Like, I'm surprised I got on here relatively easy, even though I couldn't get in Facebook. Yeah, Pyro, that's the part that freaked me out. I'm glad it didn't happen again, because that was like, ooh, no. Can't handle it. Since I'm the only one on here, I'm going to stop my camera, but I'm going to be listening for you, but I'm still here.
Hello. Can you all hear me now?
I can hear you. What's up?
Sorry about that. I have to have the headphones in because John and I are in the same place and it's like echoey and
Right. You're fine. You're fine.
well now I can't
There
type
we
in
go.
here. Hang on. Hang on.
I absolutely did everything too.
Well wait, they're not connected now. Hang on. Shoot. Audio. There we go. Somebody say something, John.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were wanting us to talk. My bad.
Sorry, I was making sure. So can you all hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. You're working.
I was gonna say, what are y'all doing? This feels like a Microsoft Teams where I have to get on with my school advisor and they turn their videos off on me. Or fire me outright. That happened too.
Okay.
I wanted to take economics and they said no.
I'm back. So you're asking her about her experience.
Oh yeah. Because she's had she deals with. Well, I'll just let her do it. I ain't gonna do it.
I deal with all kinds of things. Actually, a friend of mine contacted me, I guess about 2 years ago now. A coworker of hers had recently moved into a home that had a super heavy dark presence that was present, and it was preventing her and her children from sleeping. They were just like not at peace at any point. Things were moving around. They were hearing things like you said, the growling, just really heavy energy. And so, they contacted me to go up there. And it was actually what ended up happening. I felt like something was going on. Like this wasn't your average, just random entity. And the background of the home was there was a hostage situation that had taken place like 6-7 years previously. And there was a murder suicide that took place in the home, and that presence was the murderer that was trapped and not happy and things. So we did some rituals and some things to help him transcend and go where he needed to go and leave them alone. Mm-hmm. And it was a interesting experience. So yeah, some of the things you've mentioned and stuff that I've heard here sounds kind of familiar to things I've dealt with as well. Yeah.
Well, I did a spiritual and spiritual and physical cleansing of that room completely April 1st. So
always a good day.
See. But nothing's happened since late March. So,
and that's good. I know that she said something earlier about like not giving it energy, like not acknowledging it.
I quit doing lives on it. I'm just like, man, is it increasing because I'm getting on YouTube? Like, look what it did last night. You know
exactly.
what I mean?
Exactly. And that's something I've experienced, some of my clients have experienced. It's like the more you talk about it, the more you freak out about it, the more scared you act. Like if you just come in and take control and say, this is my fucking house. Like this is my house. Like, this is my space. We're not doing this today. Things, not always. Not always. But
like in real life, like somebody I know completely logical in real life that had the same thing. And when he told me that somebody like a mutual friend or a mutual acquaintance that we knew came to his house and did this blessing and it never happened again, I felt not so crazy for having the idea, you know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, I need to try that, because I've been telling myself, like, I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm on the fence about, like, is this just somehow a light dancing in the room, or is it really something? I'm like, either way, I'm going to clean it out. Spiritually, physically, it's getting a wipe down. You know what I mean? And everything's coming out of that room. So
Yeah, and a lot of the actual, you said you did spiritual and physical cleaning. Like I know, like ammonia, bleach, that gets rid of a lot of dark stuff too. Not together because you'll create mustard gas and like pass out, but separately, those things are good to cleanse spaces and things with. And getting clutter, cleaning things. Spirit loves to attach to dark corners and clutter and mess and things. So cleaning out that energy, opening up a window. A lot of people don't know that when you smudge or cleanse, you need to open up a window so all that negative stuff can go away, things like that. So
yeah.
So
one of my friends looked at it, and she's like, I mean, I read cards and stuff like that, but she's a medium, and like she thought it was legit, and kind of like, yeah, I do think it was probably legit.
I
about it.
What I've seen of it, John has shared has shared a little bit of it with me. I watched one of the videos, and the thing that really stuck out to me is the way it hovered, and it kind of went backwards, and it comes back up. And I wish I had the video technology to really enhance it like I want to, because you can almost see in it, like, there's something going on in that orb. It's not a bug. It's not a piece of dust. It's not, all the normal stuff that we're able to usually debunk. It's something.
Yeah.
Dust doesn't move backwards. Dust doesn't go back up and around and hover. It doesn't just sit there. So that's definitely one of the most compelling orb videos I've seen.
It seemed to happen more when it rained a lot, and that's what Laura, she's my medium friend, and that's what she was telling me was the increased activity during rain and that sort of thing. And I'm like, okay, didn't realize that once I got to Googling. I kept finding stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because they have more energy. It's something about moving water, and they build more energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they use the energy from the water in the storm to help manifest. Water is a conduit of energy, so they use that to help present itself to you. Yeah.
Well, energy is never what it can never or cannot be. What is it? Created or destroyed? It can only be transferred around, and hence that is a buildup of energy. Mm-hmm. With the biggest thing about the orbs, they're registering on the infrared scale. They're not registering on visible light. It's huge, because that means they're giving off an energy signature of some type. Typically, it's temperature. That energy is temperature. And IR can be thermal. It's more advanced that way. What's on home security is just, pretty much night vision IR. The fact, though, that like there is energy there, and the way it's flowing, just with my background and like imaging and all that shit, it's been a while, but still know enough. The flow, the fluidity of the movements, and the fact that it's even if you were to say there was someone on the other side behind that camera, there's no wall there, there's a window, whatever you want to call it, just someone can use a flashlight basically to do that. There would still be a little bit of a weird clipping that humans have, unless they're extremely talented, that you cannot move that light, to me anyway, in the motions it was doing. You'd have to be pretty talented too to have four of them on top of each other and synchronicity there.
And to hit all four walls in the room.
Yes.
And not be in the room. You
so
know what I mean?
And it's hard. So to me, it was difficult to say, I can't ever say anything 100, but can I sit there and say, dude, this is really compelling, actually. And this is kind of fucking nuts. Out of all the stuff I've seen, that's actually really, it's at the top of like the validity level for me. Yeah. Because I just cannot really disprove it. And the fact that there is something in there that night vision does with certain things, like the IR on these cameras, the tracer trail that people have pointed out before and other stuff, and that's just a crappy effect that IR does, is even bigger to me, because that means that is absolutely, it has interaction with that wavelength.
Right.
And I
see, and like I talk about it here, and it's like, oh yeah, of course the real. What were you thinking, Chrissy? But I get in my head, and it's like,
faced with these things, it's always I'm the same way. Like, with that experience we had on the trail, I told Lee about, probably one of the most bizarre and harrowing experiences I've had. looking back on it, and he knows because I talked to him personally about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the few experiences I can't prove 100%, but damn, I know what the hell I experienced, and it was unnerving. It was really unnerving.
Mm-hmm.
So shit happens. You just kind of got to roll with it. But at the time, you're like, oh, is it this and it's this? You kind of after a while have to go though objectively and say, man, that shit happened, and that's the end of it. I'm not going to sit here and talk myself out of it anymore.
Yeah.
And I can't prove it, but
So
I know what I saw.
right. So look, this is a prime example. Everything we're talking about right here, is a prime example of how the woo has a science behind it.
It does.
There is a science to prove what people like to refer to as the woo, which is just, I'm beginning to just, flat out believe people who just want to call it that. Without trying to offend anybody, it's just ignorance.
I feel offended. Just pointed at me. I mean, it's hard to, like, Jame she's a medium, and I've seen her do her thing, and I've had her do her thing to me unwillingly. But I've seen it, and
look at her shake her hands.
And it's one of those things. That is one thing. Seeing that, and if this was 1928, we would go do vaudeville acts until 1940 when I got enlisted and blown up in basic training. Rest in peace, sir. Here's the thing. What she does though, there is no way any of us can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
I also can't disprove it. I know what I've seen.
Right.
And again, like I said, we could go on the road and, she told me this and that, and I believe it. And we can convince a crowd and all this shit. And they'd be like, oh, God, please, me next. But I didn't tell her half this shit she's ever told me. And it kind of makes me, that's where she gets, I guess, irritated with me. Because I'm like, well, how do you know? And why is it this? And how would you know this? And what's telling you this? And all this stuff. Because like I said, I just sooner kick its ass. And, if it's posing as somebody. And, but I mean, she really has told me things about like certain aspects of my life and just other people too. Mm-hmm. That I'm just like, I don't understand what's happening. What are you tapped into? What frequency, vibration, wave, whatever it is. You're tapped into something. You're a rod for it. And I don't know what it is exactly. I don't know what the end game is for it. I don't always feel like I don't know, I probably will never know, but I don't fully, I guess, trust that either for some reason. I don't know why.
Because
and it's not about you.
It's because you're Capricorn.
Oh, here we go. No, it's not even about the person.
We found something there, man.
God damn it, never mind.
You're the cardinal sign of skepticism, dude.
I can see.
But humans by default, we want to disprove things and be logical, and people want answers. They want to know. I'll have a random stranger I've never seen before contact me and be able to tell them like exactly where their grandmother left the quilt that they, whatever, in the closet, in the box, whatever.
Yeah.
And, how do you know that? I don't know. Like I like the questions John was asking, there is no real answer. I myself, as the medium, as the conduit for these messages, whatever, I still don't understand it myself. I still don't know or I still don't get how my ability works. It just does. I can't explain it. It's just the thing that I can't explain.
When it comes to cards, like, I just read them as I see them, and I call myself an intuitive reader because, especially when I read cards in person, and that's the thing about online reading, like, I do it, but I still have to connect with the person. Mm-hmm. And to me, like, just pulling one, like, I hope it works, you know what I mean? But I'm much better, like, in person, tuning in with that person's energy. And when that happens, I just read the cards, like, I don't know how it's right. It just ends up, you know what I mean? And they usually fill in the gaps for me. They'll sit back and, like, I'll try to read their face, like, they hadn't said much. It's like, was that close at all? And they're just like, yeah, so, and just lay it out for me. And it's like, I don't know how I knew. Like, that's just how the cards came out,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's
And I think you can lean into it all the way, kind of like you do, and that's what opens you up. You know what I mean? And I think you can run from it. I think I'm one of those that I run back and forth. Does that make sense? Like I'll lean
it
into it,
does.
push
It
it
does.
away.
It does. It because it becomes a lot and overwhelming, and it's especially if you do it for a living like I do, and that's what you
I
do
cannot.
all day, and you hear everybody's stuff, and you're talking to everybody's relatives, and all the family drama and all the dark secrets, and then they're crying, and then you're crying, and then it's just a lot. It's a lot.
I
So
bet.
I go in weird phases where usually after following Halloween period is really an intense time, and
Yeah.
so I'll take a little bit of a breather through, mid-November through the first of the year, and kind of if things ramp back up for me, I get back into it. But once the veil thins, for me, I think the veil between our world and the spiritual
Right.
world for me starts to thin around the very first beginning of August. For me, I start
Okay.
getting my witchy tingly feelings. August 15th has always been like a really pivotal day for me,
Hmm.
always, my whole life. And then I realized the deity I connected with, that's her holy day. And that's when things really start jumping off. So, August through October, that veil thins and thins
Yeah.
up through Halloween. And it's a very, I'm sure it's a very draining, intense period. It's my favorite time of the year, but it
Me too.
can be a
Listen,
lot.
I'm a Libra, so I call it Libra season. Like that's when I get just fully pumped, and you know what I mean. And I'm on point
Absolutely.
completely.
Yep.
But I get you, because I'm the same way. Because I'm kind of on a lull because during the spring, like that, I'm kind of OCD in a way, and that's when I clean and just do as much as I can. It's pretty outside. I want to get my yard together. Like I just have so much going on. I don't have time to stop and even look at cards. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
And or ghosts or camera footage either. So it's got a nice distraction.
Yeah. Yeah, this time of the year it's nice to get more in tune with nature. We usually get more out in nature, and I'll start collecting things for my altar like feathers and rocks and things, and start,
Yeah.
connecting that way with spirit and stuff. But yeah, that veil thins. You were saying something, John, about when I said something about thinning of the veil. Is that something y'all discussed before? Or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, he just dropped out to make me look like
You don't know what you're talking about.
he left us. He left us like the kids, and I can't even. I didn't do the voice right shit.
The
He left me
Jurassic
on the
Park.
island.
He left
Yeah.
us.
Yes.
He left us.
Yeah. He left us. He left us.
He's back.
Yeah. Hey man. Hey man.
Yeah, I'm here.
This is a group project, and you screwed me, man. Actually, I screwed a kid. No, wait.
No, what?
Bad. No,
Okay.
listen. Hold on a minute. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
I screwed a kid on a project. I meant like we did a group project, and I ended up bailing.
Cool.
I never know what happened to him. He grew up to be
So
Apollo Creed.
yeah, we were
talking
about the thinning of the veil.
Well, me and Lee have talked about
you guys
the
have had
shift
that
and
conversation
stuff.
before. I'm just wondering what your take on it was.
Well, me and Lee started talking about this about. I want to say last year, maybe a little before. There's like a shift. There's like been a shift over the period of years since I don't know. I mean, it's anywhere between 3 and 5. I feel like it could go back for longer for people. I don't know. Time is again not such a linear concept, but as people tend to think or tend to perceive, I think time can whatever. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that because I'm not a time lord. I think that there is a thing. I think I posit something. So the seasons are changing. That is an actual thing that we have started to be able to correlate data with. The growing seasons and such, because and it's happening here even with climate. Like last year compared to our the climate record, whatever, it was already a little bit further along and warmer. And the year before that, same thing. But now the cold is creeping into mid-April. And so, planting seasons, like my mom plants a garden, she's had to push hers from April to May, I've noticed, and she's kind of in denial about it, which is bizarre. I don't know why. I've questioned her several times about this. I know you planted your damn zinnias in April 2020 or 19, but now
So
she's.
what's the correlation with this with the veil? So the seasons
Well, that's
and the
what
veil.
I'm getting at is it with these growing seasons getting further and further away or kind of shifting. Does that shift the veil opening or whatever thinning? Does that shift with
I
it?
think it's all connected.
I mean,
Like we
it's
love
such
to
a
say.
weird thing.
Yes and no. I don't. Yes and no. Yes and no.
Well, doesn't that move around the moon? I mean, a lot of this moves around like our planetary celestial bodies.
It does because if you look at the pagan witches calendar, there's Maven, there's
I won't.
Imbolc, there's Beltane, there's all these things that happen. For example, Imbolc is usually on February 1st. It's the first day of light, and it's usually kind of leading us into the spring, basically. Then we have Ostera, which is kind of like Easter, which is kind of first of spring, along with the equinox and things like that. So there's a lot of things that do coincide with it and how we kind of work with spirituality in the veil and different landmarks in the what are you shaking your head for? What?
Oh, I just realized I'm wrong. Yeah, you're right.
Probably.
Actually,
I know.
Actually, the two things don't correlate. That was actually that was a very dumb moment for me. That was pretty bad. I realized that halfway through. I just was that's why I started shaking my head like, oh shit. That was really.
But no, there is something that you said that does correlate. You said, time is not a linear thing. Time is, by all intents and purposes, a social construct. But there is still something to be said. And long before I became like fully ingrained in what I am and who I am, there were dates and times of the year that I felt like really connected, and I felt like really drawn to go get a pendulum or really wanting to go find a palm reader, like at a carnival or something. Like there was something that just kind of clicks at a certain time of year for me. And then it's once I realized that, okay, I really do have this gift, there is a whole lot more to this. Then I started looking at the different calendars and the time and the veils and all that stuff, and it started to correlate, like, that's why I felt this way on August 15th. That's why this date is weird. That's why I feel this way around this time of year. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I wonder if the shift pulls in though, like, or like how the shift is that everybody's kind of felt, because you discussed it too with your, you said within your community too.
Are we talking about like in 2019? The shift
yeah,
that we're talking about?
I mean, whatever time you guys, you started to see that in your community.
Yeah, there was late 2019. Myself and a few other people in my spiritual community, we just felt this sense of pending. Something is on the horizon. Something is about to come down. Like, and it's not just dealing with me. It's not just dealing with, on a personal basis. It's not just, it's a big thing. Something big is going to change and shift. And we couldn't figure out what it was, but we knew it was not going to be good. And we knew it was coming and coming soon. And it was just one of those things. It's kind of like this feeling of pending doom. And then, of course, January 2020 happens. Oh, there's this new coronavirus, COVID-19. The world shuts down. And here we are 2 years later, almost to the date from when the world shut down in March 2020. We're in April 2022, and we're still not back to like a semblance of what we were normal. Am I saying I predicted COVID? Not necessarily, but there was something that myself and my other witchy spiritual friends were picking up on that was in the atmosphere, in somewhere, that something was coming down and like coming down the pipe that was going to affect us on a global basis. And I can't really, once again, I can't explain how I knew or what we were feeling, but we did, for sure.
I mean, I felt a palpable kind of shift too from things. I mean, I don't really know how to describe it, but I've talked with Lee about it. We discussed it too, and it's kind of like, I can't really describe it, but just things feel a little bit different somehow, and it's or like, yeah, there is something I can't really figure it out.
I don't think it's done. Do y'all think?
Oh,
like,
no,
it's
it's
not.
not.
It's
No.
definitely
It's not. It never will.
We are in a lull. I think right now we are in this is the calm before round 2.
Yes.
And also, I was going to ask you, Chrissy, do you have any kind of correlation with years and like odd versus even? Like, are odd years weird for you and even number years good for you, or do you notice anything like that? Or anyone you've read for, have they said, man, 2021 was a horrible year, but 2020 was a really good one?
Me personally, and there's been a lot of people, because 2021 blew 2020 out of the water.
Thank you.
And 2018 blew 2020. Like, it just, yeah. I think it is even.
There's something to it. I have noticed since probably about 2009 or so a little while, that odd number years, there's always a lot of drama in the world, a lot of just crap going on that's just unnecessary drama. Mm-hmm. But personally, it's just a lot of stuff, just job loss and breakups and just family, just whatever you can think of, the crap that's going to happen. It happens to me in an odd numbered year. Even number years are good years. I started my business in an even numbered year. I had my best fiscal year in an even number year. I met John in an even number year. You can take that however you want. But,
I usually don't have like whole years that go well. So really, I take it by season.
I'm taking it with a grain of salt. You look at it as a whole.
I'm just playing with you.
But yeah, I read a lot of clients and stuff, and a lot of my clients have said, 2021 was way worse than 2020. Everybody said 2020 was a shit year, but 2021, man, I lost my house, I lost my car. Everybody went through some shit in 21, and it's like everybody's kind of on the upswing. We're getting back to ourselves in 2022.
Yeah.
So get ready, because next year some shit's about to come down again. Just wait.
You know what? Holy dog shit. You know what I mean? Actually, I can kind of trace back some of the bullshit that happened to me in odd years. Yeah. And I not bullshit my own mistakes. But I kind of, odd years. Ew. I don't like agreeing.
This year started out crazy, or not this year. Last year, I broke my butt bone. Okay, oh my God, that was the worst experience of my life.
And yes,
that's the worst bone break.
Okay.
Did that straight up 2021, and it ended with my boyfriend getting ran over by a backhoe, but he didn't die. He was okay.
Damn.
Wow, that's not
but
the
it
best.
just was nuts.
wow.
No, that was that was 2021. Yeah, it was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And a tree fell on my house and crushed half of it that I had to build back last year. Now I'm doing my yard, but a lot of stuff last year.
That is some shit luck right there.
All of you.
So how you doing?
Guys?
How you doing, Mokes, man?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Doing good.
Buck, Chrissy, La Muerta.
He's
How
on
are
to
you?
Jamie. I didn't know how to
Jamie,
put my
I didn't know your name. I'm just reading.
Sorry.
Sure to meet you all.
It's my first time.
First time, long time.
Was it? Are they being gentle with you?
Yeah, for the most part, except for this jackass up here in the corner. But.
Here's the thing. You have no idea the absolute terror and hell I am put through on a consistent basis.
Here we go.
So what's the background here? I'm assuming you read tarot cards. Does everybody else, or what's the?
I do.
I read tarot cards. Oh, go ahead.
Chrissy and Jamie both do.
I'm a hobby reader, and she's the real deal. I'm just
right on.
here, there, and yonder.
I don't think that. No validities and everything. So
yeah, if you read tarot cards, you read tarot cards. I just happen to do it for a living.
You're a lot mentally stronger than me.
I just had a reading recently, a couple days ago, actually.
Oh, how'd it go?
Yeah.
It was a good read. It was a quick read. It was just like past, present, future type deal.
Nice.
3-card read. It was a good read, actually, though. It was a.
Awesome.
Couldn't tell you what cards came out now. I'd have to find out, but yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm also a medium, so I connect with people that have passed on,
we'll have to talk.
pickup energy, and I'm clairvoyant,
I'm-
clairaudient, clairsentient, I'm all clairsensitive. So yeah, if you got some stuff you need.
Well,
help with,
I
let me
have
know.
I have a channel.
Mhm.
Lee's been on it. And it's kind of we're more in the Bigfoot community, like, but all my
Oh, she's well
experiences,
versed with. Yeah.
I am.
all my experiences are paranormal.
Mhm.
Right.
You know, ghosts. You know,
Are you
shit like
really?
that. Yeah.
Wow, that's really. Oh, sorry, it's exciting because I same kind of stuff, but same thing, dude. Like all the experiences I've had have been like the really bad ones have been like haunting type shit.
I haven't had a bad one yet.
Oh,
And they're not hauntings, but I could tell stories. Orbs. I've seen an orb in a house where 2 people were killed. I was living in the house after the fact.
oh wow.
So I saw a blue orb come out of the bathroom. I was sleeping in the master bedroom of the people that had been killed.
Oh no.
And one night, orb came out of the bathroom and passed in front of the bed and disappeared.
If you don't mind my asking, how big was it?
Baseball size,
What color blue?
like electric blue.
Mm-mm.
Like
There you go,
if
Rick.
if you arc 2 wires and you get that
There
really
you go, Buck.
sharp electric
Yeah.
blue.
There you go, John.
I'd be gone. That's when I move
Everything
out.
you've seen.
Oh, I rolled over and went back to bed. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't freak me out. I mean,
When you saw it, what was your initial feeling? Was it fear? Was it shock? Was it just, oh hey, like, do you remember?
neither. I wasn't afraid. I had been sleeping, and the owner of the house came up for the weekend, brought their dog, and the dog came into the room, and it was the middle of the night. I was sleeping, and I heard the dog walk in, and I opened my eyes. I woke up. I said, Tristy, knock it off, or get out of here. I said, knock it off. And as soon as I said that, I saw the flash in the bathroom, and it came out, and it went right, came out the door and went right in front of the bed and just faded away. I wasn't shocked. I wasn't, because I had other experiences that in the past that, were not orbs, but spiritual, spirit related. When I was 13, I had an outer body experience. That was probably the first weird thing, but I get a lot of, I guess I'm a receiver. I don't know if that makes sense. I hear thoughts sometimes. But I've experimented with someone from 500 miles away with telepathy and stuff, and it kicked ass. It worked. I think it was just a wavelength I was on with that person. It was so intense.
You're very in tune, yeah. Very cool.
Which word was
That's
that?
the whole thing. What we talking about? And frequencies.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
we can tap into them. It's just I don't really know how.
I don't either.
They're out there. Why not tap into them if you can? I don't think everybody can though either.
I
And
can't.
that's
And
what-
not
I can't
everybody
wait.
can. Yeah.
It
That's
used
what I
to
think
be.
about.
It used to be when I if I was with somebody or hanging out or driving down the road, I'd get a thought in my head, and within 10 seconds, the person next to me says what I'm thinking.
Yes.
And it
Mhm.
used to freak me out, and I'd go, "Why the fuck did you just say that? I didn't. I was just thinking that. I don't
Yep.
say that anymore." Now I know I kind of figured it out. What's going on, sort of, and can't control it. It just happens when it happens.
Mhm.
Oh, but yeah, and I'm in the Bigfoot family. No, that fascinates the hell out of me. That's my show is called Why the Fascination.
So
That's
just,
my fascination.
It's not bad.
cryptids,
Like-
spirit,
I like it.
paranormal. It's all intertwined in my book. It's all
Oh, yeah.
just step cousins away from each other, or whatever you want to call it. But it's all related, I think. But yeah, that's. I don't know. I always ask like my clients when they say that they've seen something or experienced like paranormal activity. My first question to them is, "How did you feel?" What was your first reaction? Were you scared? Were you at peace? Were you just like surprised? Because usually if your first instinct is fear, then that's something you need to listen to. That's not a good energy.
Only once was I was in that house where I saw the orb. Did I have I was in the library or the den or whatever you want to call it, and off to the right was the living room. For some reason, I got drawn to the door of the living room, and I got this primal fear. I mean, there was something in that room. Didn't see it, but there was something there, and I got so scared that, like, I went past scared to pissed off, where I started yelling at this. Come on, being tough guy, calling it out. I didn't, but that's how freaking scared I was.
Yeah.
I was never scared like that before. Never had an experience like that ever before or since.
Have you seen shadow people?
No.
Okay, I think that was a shadow person, and you just didn't happen to spot him.
Maybe,
because that's like the intense feelings I get before seeing one, or like that's how I know they're there, is when I have just that panic, just dread, just terrified. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had never felt a fear like that before, and once I yelled at it, I felt better, and I just kind of backed off, and the fear went away. It was weird.
Funny you say that. Before you came into the chat, Chrissy and I were all discussing her experience with orbs and growling and the entity that she's experiencing, and she said that she just quit giving energy to it. She quit giving it attention. And I had kind of said, if you yell at it, say, "This is my house, get the fuck out of here," whatever, a lot of the times it will respect you. Yeah. And that's kind of, what you said. You said you got pissed and kicked it out and it backed off. So, if you stand your ground with these things, a lot of the times they're not going to continue to mess with you if you let them know that you're in charge there.
Yeah, you took dominion, and it's a good thing. I did that. It left me alone. People who know, my former house was haunted. I had to live with that. The knocking and the rattling, stuff coming up missing and things like that. One day I just got fed up with it, and I just walked through the house. And I said, "This is my house. My name is on the deed. I own it. If you want to stay here, that's fine.
Don't be an ass.
Just leave." Exactly. Pretty much, I said, "Just leave me alone." I said, "There's food in the refrigerator. There's a coffee maker right there. Hey, I'll fix you one if you want, but just leave me alone." And I did it, and I said it with authority, and I meant it. And it left me alone. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was after my ex-wife and my former stepson anyway. Because after it left me alone, it really started getting nasty. So.
And a lot of times you can cohabitate with the spirit. Like, what you said, you can say, "I live here, leave me alone. Here's the coffee pot, whatever." Sometimes it'll leave you alone. It'll just be there. It might knock your keys off the table or, fuck up the shower or something, but it's not going to constantly harass you to that point. It's just, a lot of the time.
Oh, shit. I'd be like, if you want to stay. But every time somebody leaves a light on, you got to turn it off.
Right.
Earn your keep, damn it.
Yeah.
No, it's a fascinating field, just the whole paranormal, be it cryptids, whatever. I think it's the mystery to me. There's a romance to it. It's very romantic. My ex-wife, like, we were divorced and I got into this shit, and she's like, "Damn, we took different paths." She goes, "See, the thing with you," she goes, "you're a romantic. You want it to exist." I was like, "Yeah, I do want it to exist." Bigfoot or, but I've experienced too much stuff if I believe in the afterlife and ghosts, why wouldn't I give flesh and blood a chance?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you realize once you get into this that all the different rabbit holes that are there just from the woo factor and Then you hear Dogman. What the hell's a Dogman? Wait a minute. Let me do one cryptid at a time. Okay, let's work on it. Dogman? What the hell's that?
2019 for John here. We got started
Don't.
on
I never
the
heard of a
roll.
Dogman.
It's a man that's a dog and a dog that's a man. What? It's like-
Dogman is like, I think, a thing of my home state and didn't know about him till this year.
Well,
That's crazy.
Huh?
That's
I've never
the thing.
heard of them. You heard of werewolves, but
I heard of him this year via
Yeah,
like the cryptid channels, but there's like documented stuff out of, I think it's Land Between the Lakes or somewhere close to
so
there.
where are you in Kentucky?
No, I'm in West
We
Tennessee.
Tennessee? All right.
Uh-huh. And
Well, LBL has a lot of reports out of there. There's a big case that was out of there. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff.
Supposedly,
Hey, folks.
way back when, a family was killed there, by a dog.
That's what I'm
the
talking
story.
mhm.
They found the girl up in the tree, supposedly, and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
had
know
some
that.
friends that just spent the weekend up in LBL.
Okay.
They come back okay?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
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 There was
Confirmed,
I don't even
confirmed.
know. There was a lot of people up at that outing. It was like, I don't know, 50 people or so.
Well, shit, man, a 9-foot-tall raging Cajun Rougarou that got lost in Kentucky. You'd scare the hell out of about 25 people in a row without blinking, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just mad that it's being from Kentucky. Why am I not consulted on the name Bluegrass Beast? Why would y'all not go Bluegrass Beast? That's a Bluegrass Beast. It tore the hell out of the whole family's ass. And
Oh my
it's like
God.
somebody was like the Beast at LBL.
What's going on, Jeff?
Not much. Just been listening. I never popped on Raven's show before, but I remember the first time he came on your show, and then I started watching his show, and
Appreciate it.
big fan.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I like your stuff too, man.
Appreciate
You got some good guests on.
Yeah, well, yeah. Lately, it's just kind of, I've had some really good guests, and then I went a couple weeks here and just kind of, I had taken 2 weeks going over my research from last year on one show, and then I shared my encounter on one show, and then starting to get back into the swing where we're going to have guests on again.
Yeah.
Y'all ever hear of a clunt?
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Go on.
This is just a goof. He did a show on it, but I had somebody leave a comment in one of my shows, and the woman did not like me. And at the end of the blah, 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 she says, you're such a clunt creature. I went, what the fuck is a clunt? I was like, and I asked these guys one day on somebody else's show. We were back, and it just blew up. We goofed on it. Yeah, well, that went for, how long did that hang out for? Months?
What the hell is that, though?
Yeah.
So I did a spoof research show on the clunt on Valentine's evening. Won't you be my Valenclunt?
That's right,
we
did
kind
it
of
on
looked into the
14th.
whole history of the word and what it means, and it's mostly a derogatory term towards somebody who's not being a nice person, but it's funny because if you look in the Urban Dictionary at the word clunt, there's literally like 100 different meanings.
I'm going to go get it right now. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
I
have
never
never,
heard of it before.
I have never in all my days.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm
I've
saying.
never
Like,
heard
you
of
need to
it.
send that back to her and be like, "Hey, which one of these did you mean?" Because my anger varies on each of these.
Yeah.
So
I could be a
we need
different
to
one
follow
each day if you want me to.
I heard of the phenomenon, but I never got to the bottom of it. I never quite figured it out. I was scared. I really didn't know if I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's how you know
It
you
was
made
just a
it. If
goof.
someone like leaves a derog like that, like, "Hey man, I hated this so much. I gotta tell you, you're a clunt or whatever it is." Like,
It
I mean,
was so
This
bizarre.
is my new favorite word.
I was
Actually.
telling my boyfriend.
Oh my God! Thank you for introducing me.
I can
gonna
watch
say that.
And the sentence goes as such: as the waitress spilled the iced tea onto the customer's lap, he was heard to say, "What a clunt."
So it's like a klutz and a C word.
Female-
It's
Oh,
like
shit.
he's combining those two.
that's awesome.
But we also made it clear that it's not. It's female or male. It's either or.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's just funny though. It's like Klutz is
It's like, damn, here we go.
what an
It's
asshole.
been a while. Like I hadn't heard it. Like it was.
Oh
Y'all
my
are right. Like
God.
You
everybody was
can
talking about
spot them at the beach or at Walmart. I mean, they can be anywhere.
Well, we started this.
Gotcha.
So I had a panel. So on my show, I had a panel on, and we did a whole episode on this. So
Some people don't like it, but we kind of got off of it. But I had to.
Ah, well, you can get the hell
Yeah.
over it, I guess.
it's the irony of me. When I started my channel, I said, "Look, I'm really going to just cover the nuts and bolts of research, the tools, the tactics, the technology. Not going to get into the wow factor or the shock value of it, right?" And then I go and do a show on the clunt, and it's like, so
That's pretty good. That's
It
the
was
kind of
pretty
stuff
good.
I love. Those kind. Like I don't know.
It was for entertainment. We had fun
I had
with
to
it.
lighten it up.
Some people thought it was a little too derogatory, or they thought more it was directed at women, and it wasn't. It was just I was called it.
I'm the victim. I'm the guy.
Sometimes though we get so in our community, everybody's channel, people who have channels, they get, have a niche that you kind of try to focus on and serve. And then, it gets a little routine and you kind of need to break out of that. So it was fun to do kind of a spoof show on that. But we've also done like a music trivia show and, just every now and then just do something different,
Break it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that's a really good idea. Yeah, kind of expand. I mean, I think limiting yourself to one role not fair to really who you typically are. Like branching out. Hey, man, if it don't work, go back to the tried and true. Then who cares?
My show is open to everybody and anybody. I put the like tonight. Lee put the link in chat.
Yep.
I've been doing that for a while now, and the reason I called it "Why the Fascination" because when I got into YouTube, like just watching, came into chat, started hanging out in chats, and you realize after you're there every night, just about in different chats with the same people. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what's everybody's interest in this topic? Be it, the fringe, and so finally I was just like, screw this. I want to know everybody else's story. So why the fascination or WTF?
Mogs, your show could be called Mogs Mystery Train because you buy a ticket and you get on it. You don't know where the hell you're going.
Well, that's because I leave it all up to chat. If anybody in chat wants to come on, and that's the way it goes.
And that's what makes it fun. I think that spontaneous type of dialogue, it's anchored by a commonality of most of the people in the chat being fascinated with Bigfoot and other areas of the paranormal. But, you can talk about, global issues or, whatever. We go all over the place on your show with different topics.
The other night was a train wreck.
Some of the neatest moments, if I was to think back on the last year of your show, some of the coolest moments are people sharing their experiences that aren't even necessarily Bigfoot related. You've had people come on and share experiences of their drug addictions and how they overcame it and it is fascinating because you really don't know. Wherever it starts is definitely not where it's going to end. That's the only consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff was on one night and he told a story. Was it your
Bahar is adopted?
Adopted, yes, you were adopted.
Let
him tell that story
sometime.
I was in tears just about. He comes out with these stories, so it's not just the fringe or it's whatever, music.
Yeah, I we digress all the time from where the hell we're supposed to be.
Oh yeah.
Why are we supposed to be there? Who says that?
Right.
Oh, well, just like what you got a guideline, and it's like if you put me into it, as someone else can vouch for, that guideline tends to the lines get blurred.
That's why I don't use a guideline.
Right.
Just wing
James, she's not. I don't know. She didn't pick up
It's all
on it. I was
organic.
waiting for her to roast me on something.
What?
So
I'm looking
I
at
set
them.
you up.
What?
I assisted. You didn't slam dunk. It's on you, man.
Well,
What do you
I'm
say?
sitting here trying to look at the YouTube thing. What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I put
Oh.
Lee through absolute hell. Like, I bombard him with all these, like, thought theories and, like, articles that I've been looking at during my morning coffee. And then, like, I got to go to work and I don't check my messenger for the rest of the day. And then I come back and it's like, so, and I'm just like, then I go quiet for another 12 hours. But I just unload all my conspiracies for the day on him.
I love it. I love
Your
it.
morning conspiracy dump.
Yeah. I'll wake up and say,
coffee.
and all of a sudden I've got a page and a half of dictation there. I'm like, holy fuck. She's writing a book. And then I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool shit.
That's funny. I'll do that to John sometimes. Like, I'll just be like, hey, what do you know about CERN and what happened in 2012? And then he'll, like, give me his opinion. Just randomly on a Monday. Hey, what do you know about this? Because he's my go-to for all things.
CERN is a diplomatic operation between multiple countries in order to expand the realm of science and physics, and not at all to open gateways and portals. And they have already done that.
and release shit.
Oh shit! I'm gonna get hunted down by the NSA now.
Right?
I mean, yeah. I
Or,
know a
or
bunch
they're
of-
going
bunch
to
of
ask
dumb
you to
shit,
do their
like-
voiceovers. The PSAs.
So I got a good voiceover guy coming on my show Monday night. I love finding these guests that have Bigfoot experience or a story to tell or whatever, but also have other areas of their life that, you know, we can talk about, you know, so it isn't just such a tunnel vision type.
What are you having, Dave on?
No, I'm having Steve Stockton.
Okay. I was thinking Dave Scott. You said
Steve Stock. Why am
Voice.
I?
So Steve Stockton
I know
is the missing person mysteries.
Yes.
white hair guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gemma
yeah.
Jade,
Yeah.
and
Older
Steve
gentleman.
Stockton. So Steve wrote a trilogy of books called
Yeah.
the National Park Mysteries, about people who have disappeared in national
Yeah.
parks. And,
Mhm.
you know, there's a strong correlation with, you know, as you look at and expound on the plausible explanations, that there's a lot of them that they feel that Sasquatch could have been involved in. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to have him on, just not,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
you know, talking to him about the research perspective of looking into that stuff. But what does he think? I mean, does he think that
Yeah.
so, you know, in research, I look at, you know, you'll do things where you'll get all these different possibilities that could be the explanation of something, right? You know, what caused this? Why did it do this? And you'll have 4 or 5 different theories, and then you'll use the process of elimination and get rid of the 2 that just make the least sense. And then you have to start looking at the 2 or 3 that's left and say, what really is the most plausible? What has the best chance of being explainable? And Steve's gone through that as he's
Yeah.
looked at these different disappearances. So I like the person whose mind works that way, right?
He works with some guy. Doesn't he work with some guy named Bill too on the channel that he does? They do a missing. They've been doing a missing Indigenous women series, like an
Yeah,
actual look
yeah.
at missing.
Yeah.
Man, that is so huge because like. That's so refreshing to see people actually like pay attention to that because like they didn't even keep
Absolutely.
a fucking list of missing Indigenous women until
Exactly.
I mean, what a
So
I
I-
don't know if they still do.
Most of my research is up here in northern Minnesota, but my home state of South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation,
Oh, there's been women
um,
disappearing. from Pine
it's
Ridge
literally
forever.
every week women are disappearing.
Yeah.
And
I
yeah,
had,
it's
I
just
had
like
a friend from Pine Ridge.
I mean, and it's just you know listening to those. I listened. I think the last one he did was on an older woman. I can't remember her name because I had turned it on and I was kind of in and out from doing something else. But it's just I remember he's covered a couple of them, and it's like, man, it's just like this is a big issue, and it's like beyond the paranormal, like what you know, getting into other topics and stuff like that. It's super important because there is an issue there. Like we can all day long, you know, enjoy our subject, like all of our paranormal stuff, but like at the root of it, there is some real lives being affected here, and like nobody seems to care much. And like the fact that they go visit the people, like that's so refreshing to see. And I just, yeah, I mean, I commend. That's why I like him so much, because like they do explore it so
Yeah, he's got about
tangible.
5 or 6 people that really work full time at this. Sandy was doing 13 Past Midnight, that show with him, and she puts in an incredible amount of work looking into these individual cases, cold cases,
Yeah,
researching what the sheriff's departments and FOIA requesting stuff. I mean, it's just crazy the amount of research they go into making a 20 or 30 minute, show about
yeah.
this person and what's the story behind it. There's a dozen hours of research to go in and make a 20-minute video.
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see if they've gotten any blowback from any of that too, like looking into those cases, like from like local authorities and stuff. Because I mean, I don't know. It's authorities definitely don't like when you go over their tracks and say, "Hey, what were you doing here exactly?" Other
Well,
than your
you,
job.
you see different personalities of law enforcement in that. A good example of that is I watch. I'm a subscriber to a channel that I've paid a lot of attention over the years called Adventures with Purpose. It's those guys that go looking for people who have been missing, where they're missing with their vehicle, and they're a dive team, and they go
Okay.
they'll search where somebody disappeared. They were last seen here. They'll look at the area lakes and rivers and start canvassing them with all their equipment, find a car, find the license plate on it, and be like, here's this person in the car. They've had like literally 50 some cold cases they busted open in the last few years, finding these cars and bodies and bodies of water. And when they locate one, technically they turn it over to the sheriff's department. They'll call them and say, hey, look, you have this cold case file. We've dove and located the car. They're an experienced dive team. They've got the float bags. They can raise the car. They can do all of that. But they say, if you've got a team to do it, we'll back off and let you do it. We're just telling you, it's right there. There's the buoy on it.
Yeah.
And some of those sheriff's departments really work with them, and some of them are like, fuck you,
Really?
Who are you to be out here looking at, like it's making them look bad.
Yeah.
And it's like 50-50. I mean, you think that these law enforcement agents should be like, thank you so much for bringing this family closure. But half of them are just complete assholes about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, fuck you, we'll sink this.
Like, you're making
us
look bad. We've been looking for 5 years. You come out in one day and find this damn car,
There's been a lot of cars found like that just through Google Earth.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to say, since we got so many people, I want to ask a question that I've always kind of been interested in for everybody. What is since we're on missing, what's the strangest, I guess, missing persons case you guys have kind of read about or come across?
Lately, there's one here in South Dakota where there was out in the Black Hills, and it was in the winter. And, we've got a lot of mountain lions in this area where this was. And it was a home out in the woods where it was a facility, I should say, like 30 some bedrooms where young kids in foster care were. And this 9-year-old girl walked out the front door, walked up the driveway, and disappeared. And I mean, they had search teams. This has been about a year and a half or so. They had search teams looking. I mean, this is winter, like footprints. You should be able to find this girl, right?
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, she disappeared off the face of the earth.
So
There's no mountain lion kill. There's never been an article of clothing found. There's no family members found of any. I mean, it's like she vanished. And Steve's done a story on that, but I've been keeping up with it in the local news. I mean, there's literally been thousands of hours by thousands of people looking for this girl out in the woods. They haven't found anything.
Wow.
And it's just, you ask yourself, that's why I say, look, my research that I do as it concerns Bigfoot is I pursue it as a flesh and blood creature. My experience that I've had in an encounter didn't show me that it was anything other than that. Now, but I'm not closed-minded to not believe that it couldn't be. My research hasn't revealed that to me yet. But when I look at orbs and ghosts and spirits and UFOs and things like this, I'm open-minded to all of that. I believe all of it probably is a phenomena that could exist. And so when you see a case like this where a girl walks up a block and a half long driveway and gets to the road and doesn't even make it to the road, it's just gone. You start asking yourself, what's the most plausible explanation for that? And there isn't one. There
Right.
isn't. It's not like out of the 4 or 5 crazy ideas we could throw out that happen to her, there's not one that makes more sense than the others. They're all fucking crazy, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that stuff like that opens my mind up to, when people say, well, was she abducted? Was she kidnapped? Was she whatever? I mean, yeah, it could be any of those.
Flip into another timeline. I mean,
Yeah.
Step through a portal.
yeah.
Fairies kidnapped her. I learned recently about fairies and their connection to kids. Like, I had never heard that before. And supposedly they're to blame for missing stuff here, there, and yonder, throughout
like a
history.
house
And I
brownie?
had no idea.
Yeah, fairies aren't the bright, fluffy little things that people think. They
No.
are
That's
not.
what I found out. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
Oh,
They,
shit.
I don't know
they,
fairies.
they can be downright, nasty. But,
Ornery.
speaking of like missing kids, you asked about missing cases. There's a few I have that have always bothered me. But Jared Avero is one little boy that went missing in the woods, and then he completely vanished, and then they ended up finding like his clothes were like folded neatly. I think they found one shoe. I can't remember the
Yes.
exact
There's
details.
a lot of
but
stories like that.
it
Is
was
that on the
crazy.
missing
Like,
411?
he was
It's on a
like a mere,
documentary, but it's on a couple other things too.
yeah, he was just a couple of feet away from the group, and they just turned, and he was just gone.
Yep.
Gone.
Yeah,
Never found
missing
anything
411, The Hunted, when they talk about the hunting party where the young guys drove up around to the backside of a ridge and was trying to drive deer down through the woods to the 4 elderly guys that were all sitting approximately between 70, 80 feet apart from each other, and one of them sitting on a stump and eats a candy bar, and after the hunt they all go looking for him. He's gone.
Yeah.
And there's nothing there. There's no clothing. This guy couldn't walk 150 feet
Right.
and he would be dead. I mean, he's just that old and immobile, and he's gone.
He was definitely. I know who you're talking. I remember that one.
Stuff like that makes you think.
That's
The one-
honestly that's what started kind of my rabbit hole into Bigfoot, thinking made me second guess it. You know what I mean? Because honestly, I did write it off for so many years. I just didn't give it much energy. And after I saw that, I'm like, whoa. And there was another one from a guy out west. It was a group of people that had this campground that was a secret location that they went to in the woods. And they recorded these sounds and these knocks, and UFOs came in. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? It was on something popular like Netflix or Hulu or something like that, but I cannot.
Well, on Missing 411, The Hunted talks about the guys who recorded the Sierra sounds. Okay.
Yeah.
And it talks about how they went up there and was always going to this place annually, never told anybody about it. But most of the times when you hear about the Sierra sounds, you don't hear about the non-Bigfoot connection to it.
Yeah, I've
but
never
Missing
heard
411 started talking about the light beams that were traveling along the trail and things, really brought in a lot of stuff that most people who are familiar with that story hadn't heard that part of it.
I'd never heard that connection, and I was like, wow, I never even thought about that before, But that whole documentary was just insane.
Yeah, the one guy who disappeared in the snowstorm, and they found miles away from where he was supposed to be. He missed the turn he was supposed to travel up, and they found his boot sitting there where he had a fire and his brand of cigarettes there, and there's 1.5 feet, 2 feet of fresh snow, and he's gone. And the next thing they find is his cup and his backpack 8 miles away.
8 miles away.
I mean, this guy walked through that blizzard knee deep in bare feet. I mean, it doesn't even. That's not even possible. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Well, what about these kids that go missing? A 3-year-old goes missing, and they find him 6 miles away, 3 mountain ranges over,
without a scratch on him.
How the hell does that happen?
Not dehydrated, not hungry, fine. Yeah.
Well,
but the kid might have spent the night there, or they'll turn around and in an area that they've already searched, they turn around and the kid's sitting right there.
Or they find the body eventually. Yeah. I mean,
but
there's been some
that they've
cases
already searched.
Yeah.
Some of them have been debunked, as far as like they found some of the people, but does it there's still warrants. There's something very bizarre, and I've had, hiking extensively. I've never really had anything real palpable visually in the woods, but I've definitely heard things and felt things, and not where I thought I would either. That's what's so bizarre.
And not when.
Yeah.
And not
Right.
when. It's not always at night. That's funny enough. It's usually broad daylight. And it's not what people think. It's not the whole fairy tale that people think. Nighttime scary, thicket of the woods. It's some of my scary stuff has been in the middle of the day.
There's this, right, and there's this one spot that I used to do research in, and for whatever, it seemed like it was just like a dead spot. Seriously, I mean, there was no sound. Birds wouldn't be there.
Right.
Anytime I went there, no birds. I heard no crickets. Nothing. Nothing. The wind would barely blow, and there was more that. If that wasn't creepy enough, there were times when I would get this overwhelming feeling of just get the hell out of there. It's time to go. It's time to go.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask, did you ever feel like you were being watched?
Absolutely.
In that still area? Because John and I have been hiking a few places, most notably out Tom Sawyer. And there were some times that you would go from one area where you said, squirrels running, birds chirping, and then you go to this other area, and it's like a dead, still, weird, and then like I said, you feel like get the hell out of there. I would feel like there's eyes on me, like I need to turn around and see who's following me, like
immediately.
Oh, that's when they tried to kill me. I remember.
Most people really aren't in tune with the whole feeling like they're being watched, unfortunately. I mean, we grew up in these urban areas. We walk through Walmart, we drive up to red lights. We're always being watched. You can't go anywhere without somebody watching you. And I don't mean like Big Brother. I mean, you walk through a grocery store and think of how many people you look at and take notice of. Somebody's always doing that to you. We're always being watched.
Right.
And yet you get out in the woods alone, and we're supposed to just be oblivious to that.
I think it's more how you're being watched, the intent behind it.
Oh, yeah, you can sense intention. Yeah.
It's not just a glance. Oh, you see somebody walking down the aisle.
But there are people, right? There are people who are oblivious, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, where I've done a lot of my research, it's a well-traveled area by people, right? I mean, I'll go off the beaten path, and you can get deep in the woods there, but there's a lot of campgrounds, there's a fire road, and there's trails. People bike on these trails, they ride horses on these trails, they jog on these trails, they'll hike the trails. And I have I've been off the trail maybe 20 or 30 feet and had two bikers pass by me. I throw up my hand. They didn't even know I was there. Okay, and I'm like, what the hell? Okay, they were intense. They were intensely watching what they were doing. They were on bikes and they were moving fast. Okay, good. So I tried this again. I tried this on a jogger. Once again, 20, 30 feet. I'm off the road or the trail, but I could be spotted. I'm standing up. I'm in view. Runs right past me. Okay.
Child
That's
is
number.
super.
That's number 2. Yeah, a child would. Number 2. Okay. Number 3. Hikers standing off the side of the road or the hiking trail. Once again, about 20 or 30 feet. Once again, these people are taking their time. Each one was progressively slower, but they didn't see me.
And you said you waved?
To the bikers, I waved I waved, just like that.
But the other ones, you just stayed still?
Yep. Just think. I mean, how many times could they have passed by something that was standing there,
Yeah.
giving them the old stink eye? You
Half
know.
the people biking and hiking in the woods have earbuds in, and they aren't even tuned in
Complete
anyway.
distraction.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One
absolutely.
of the things that we used to do, I was in the military for 6 years in the 82nd Airborne, and we were trained as my squad we worked on an EOD team, so we always went and, when somebody'd find an IED or we'd go looking for them. A lot of it was overwatch around you while you're working on an IED, because is somebody watching you? What we were taught to do is, as we're walking, we'll stop and all look at one tree line or one building. And we'll just stand there and stare at that building for 10, 15 seconds and then keep walking. Now, we don't see anything, right? But if somebody's in that building, they don't operate under the comfortability that you are unaware of them at that point. And so that was a tactic we'd do a lot. It wasn't expecting that we'd notice anything, but if anything was there, they wouldn't feel comfortable that they were anonymous at that point.
Right.
And I've started to employ that when I'm in the woods a lot. When I'm walking along, especially if I'm by myself, I'll stop and stare at a tree line for 30 seconds or so, and then I'll just keep going. Now, did I see anything? Normally not. But if there was something there or someone there watching me, and now they see me going about my business as normal, to them it looks as if I'm aware of where they're at and I'm comfortable with it. So it's just a little tactic you use now and then, so that you don't need to consider me a threat. You don't need to retreat. Stay in the area. Maybe even feel comfortable enough vocalizing or making me aware of your position, because right now you suspect that I'm aware of it. So, but yeah, I agree, Mose. I think so many people are just oblivious to what's happening. Their situational awareness is dog shit.
It really is, man.
Well, it went from being an evolutionary, necessity to now, in our comfort of the modern world, we don't. It's been something that's kind of fallen away and less practice. So unless you grew up in a different kind of environment, and with your background, it makes sense. With how I grew up as a kid, we have to develop that, or we have to keep it going at least. Not so much develop; it's already there. We just have to hone it and keep it in practice. And but yeah, most people, and I think they're woefully unprepared too. I think a lot of people go into the woods, especially in the western side of our country, they not as prepared as they should be for the elements out there of getting lost. I mean, because it's here in Kentucky, you ain't gonna get lost too many places. The biggest place, I think, is Daniel Boone Forest, and I mean, I would feel comfortable getting lost in there. I guess is the best way I could put it. I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'd be like, well, I guess they'll find me. Hopefully I'll lose some weight for once.
With smartphones, with GPS and Google Earth, I mean, it's pretty tough to get lost.
Thank you.
But I would see that all the time with people going out to the elements unprepared. I'm in Arizona.
And yes.
Yeah, and you see, I'm about 13 miles from Sedona, and there are so many hiking trails that I worked for an ATV rental, a side-by-side. We rented Polaris vehicles, and we'd go out there, and you would just you'd see so many people that are about to hike these trails miles. They don't have any water.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
That's how that family, that's what I'm thinking. That's what they ended up declaring officially, that family that died mysteriously. after looking into it, they didn't even take enough water for one person, and it was a husband, wife, and a baby, and then a dog too. And it's like,
Oh, we're just going to go take a quick walk. Yeah.
I
well,
can't
And the
remember-
water they had was
Yeah.
probably for the dog, to be
Well,
honest with you.
That's the thing. Like they hiked and stuff, so it's like, why did they not bring enough? Like, I mean, and also having a very young child, like under the age of, I think it was 5. What were y'all doing? And the fact, I can't remember the area, but it was just last year. But it was where the temperature went up to like I think, way over 90, and it's out west, out that
Family
way.
of 3 in California. Is that the one? They were hiking.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you might
And
be
the
right.
dad and the child were found
Yes.
together, and the mom was up
I heard
Yeah.
about that. Yes.
like a few
yes.
feet up by herself, but the dad and the kid were together. They were dehydrated. One
Well,
of them was
it
undressed
was-
or something. I can't
What's
remember.
the inverse of hypothermia? They overheated basically and died. That's what
Hyperthermia. So hyper is
I feel like
Yeah, hypo and hyper.
Hypothermia
hypo
is-
something. It was hypo something.
hypothermia is too cold. Hyperthermia is too hot.
Well, no, it was like it was something weird. It was kind of different. I don't know I can't remember the phrasing, but anyway,
But that was a recent story you were talking about, right?
yeah,
Within
and
the
they
last
Yeah,
year.
I remember seeing that.
they finally
Like,
came
that-
out with the
Mhm.
cause of death. Yeah, and they said they died from the inverse of hypothermia, which I know. Yeah, you're right. Jay.
Overheating, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overheating.
But they called
were
it. I
too
feel
hot.
like they called it something else bizarre because that's how I got into the harmful algal blooms because they thought that's what killed them at first.
Well, people
drinking
from the
water.
city will try to come out to play. Like, I mean, I've never personally been to Arizona or the desert, but I would know I might need some water there. You know what I
Just a
mean?
little.
Like,
Right.
Maybe a little.
common sense, you know?
It's a.
like,
I mean, I'm under no qualms.
Sunscreen, water.
I mean, I'm in Kentucky, and I know just to walk down to the park, I need some water. So, to go
Right,
hiking in the
exactly.
desert, you think you would need a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. Kentucky ain't shit to compare to out that way. Like shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll take my chances getting lost there 10 out of 10 times.
I'm sitting at my desk and I need water. So,
Plus,
I mean,
everything in
yeah.
this state wants to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's
Heck,
as close
on
as we
Sunday,
get to
if I'm
Australia.
watching If I'm watching a football game, I'll go over to the beer fridge and grab 2 beers because I want to be prepared.
But it's just it's interesting, and that's another thing about the missing persons thing. It seems like there is a disproportionate level of missing people, like out, more going west, and even I guess Midwest too. The Dakotas and stuff, like kind of that area. I
Well,
guess.
the
Trail.
missing 411, the hunted. The interesting thing that Polaris did was the overlaying of the clusters, identifying clusters that there are significant areas in this country that have high density clusters of missing persons. And between those clusters, it's very sparse as far as
right.
the number of.
I'm living next to one of those clusters.
Yeah.
No,
You are.
seriously. I mean, the whole Sedona area has.
What's the
Oh, yeah.
topography?
Oh, yeah.
Like what's the topography? How did you think that factors in? Like as far as like
Well, what they did is they looked at the clusters and then they overlaid encounter reports with Sasquatch. And it was like a mirror. Now, encounter reports with Sasquatch typically will entail 3 things. You're going to have undulation. It's not flat ground. You're going to have heavy tree cover, and you're going to have water. Those 3 things, if you've got a river, a lake, some type of water, you've got heavy tree cover, and you've got hills or mountains, if you laid that over the topography of the U.S., you'd realize that most of those occurrences happen there. Same thing with the missing clusters. Now, is that because it's you could say there's a correlation at the environment that if you were a Sasquatch and your survivability, depending on being elusive and very fluid, and not being detected, you're going to need those 3 elements. You're going to need to be able to eat, sleep, poop, and drink without having to travel a lot, right? It's got to be dense. It's got to be evadable. But those are also the harshest environments typically to survive if you're a human being out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that hard to survive on flat land where you can see a road from 2 miles away.
interesting.
What do y'all think about the theory of maybe Sasquatch being connected to tunnels within the mountains and
Or the cave
Yeah.
system. Yeah.
what do y'all
Well,
think about
I
that?
think that an area has to have a cave system to begin with.
Yeah.
Most
You
a
know,
lot
areas
of
like Kentucky and things that have these big, huge cave systems,
Cavern,
Where
yeah.
we are
maybe
here.
there's
Yeah.
a connection to it, but I almost look at it kind of like orbs, and I'll show you. I'll explain the correlation. People say I think orbs have something to do with Bigfoot. Well, there's a number of Bigfoot encounters or sightings that the descriptive say I've seen orbs around. They included a sparkle or orbs or light. But then there's just as many, if not more, encounters that don't include that. And then there's
Right.
lots of encounters of orbs that never included a Bigfoot, right? So, I mean, from a research standpoint, I say I jokingly say, until I see a Bigfoot fart out an orb, I don't know that they're connected, right? But there's a phenomena there. And so when I look at tunnels and Bigfoot, I kind of feel the same way. I think if it was in an area that had them, perhaps maybe it would take advantage of them. But if that was the case, all these Bigfoots wouldn't be these clusters wouldn't be all over the North America. It'd be like in 3 or 4 primary areas where tunnels are prevalent, because they really aren't prevalent in most of these areas. But
I was gonna say, Chrissy, did your orbs come with a Bigfoot or not? Tell us the truth.
I've never had a Bigfoot experience.
I don't believe
I'm
you.
jealous, y'all. I haven't had one of those.
Neither have I.
Covering it up.
I'm not
that you're aware of. That you're aware of. Yeah.
But
that
that's
I'm
a
aware
very,
of, because
very,
I
very
have
good way
had
of
some
putting it.
creepy, just things go silent in the woods, and I never made the connection to Bigfoot until more recently. But actually, through watching like the shows of y'all's that I watch, is what made me think, could that have been Bigfoot? Because it just I got a creepy feeling. I never knew what it was, but I know I got that feeling and never.
I think most of the people who spend time in the outdoors have had an encounter with Bigfoot. They just aren't aware of it. I think Bigfoot, I don't think that generally they aren't menacing. They don't consider us to be something that they need to physically threaten. But 99 out of 100 times, I think when they see a human being, if there's a dense enough, vast enough forest, they elusively just slip back into it, and you never know they were there.
Right.
But I also believe that if they can't do that, if they're in a cluster of trees or something, they have to cross open ground, maybe they remain there and they're aware of you and you're not aware of them. And they're fine with that. They're not threatened by that. They want you to go away.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't go away, then maybe they
Throw
turn
shit at you.
the next level of escalation, whether it's a vocalization or throwing a rock or whatever, right? And then if that doesn't work, that next escalation level is maybe showing themselves to you, trying to scare you to run away. I think that there's different levels of appropriate response they take to you being there, and they want you to leave. And if you just don't, they don't start out like attacking, right?
Kind of like the level of alien contact, Bigfoot contact. Yeah.
So I think a lot of people who spend time in the outdoors probably were in the presence of one at some point. If you spend enough time in the outdoors, you just weren't ever aware of it. They were aware of you, and they just waited to see if you'd leave, and you kept walking down the trail, and they were fine with that.
Yeah.
But
things like knocks, knocks on trees. It wasn't until I started looking into the stuff with John several years ago that, I would hear stuff all the time and think, oh, that's a little noise. But yeah, 3 knocks on a tree is not a good sign, with things like that. So there's all kinds of things that, like you said, that we could have encountered throughout the years and just didn't know.
We have.
Yeah, and I think there's
smells,
behavior that happens in different areas that maybe are more clan related or more family related, things that they've learned and passed on to their generations that could mean different things. I mean,
exactly, a regional thing.
The 3 knock theory, look, even indigenous tribes that for centuries existed in North America. I've done a lot of research on 5 specific indigenous tribes throughout the Dakotas and Minnesota and Wisconsin. And one of the things that's interesting is it was a terrifying time. I mean, long before the white man came here, they were warring with each other over natural resources. It was not a friendly environment. It wasn't all rainbows and bubble gum. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But, you know, in one tribe, smiling at somebody could mean something completely different in another tribe. And we see that in different cultures. So the idea that in Florida, when a Bigfoot knocks 3 times on a tree, does that mean the same thing as one that lives in northern Manitoba and they've never been connected to each other? Might mean a different thing there, you know? So I find it intriguing when I hear theories, and I try to see if I can test those in my area or take notice of them or apply them in my area. But I'm a little bit reluctant, just because as we see globally throughout cultures how one thing can mean something somewhere and the same thing can mean something completely different somewhere else, to think that there's a universal language that applies to Sasquatch throughout all of North America. I don't know if that's really, not saying there isn't, but man, that's a stretch, you know.
I believe that.
We as human beings, though, we like to put things in a box. You know, we like to label things, and if one subject does this, then they all do it, and that's how a lot of people like to do that.
But if you look at the Native American tribes, they all had different languages.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they all had different actions too, and actions are
500
usually
tribes.
derived from the environment. And so, like, one thing that I like to talk about with different accounts and what they look like when people talk about Sasquatch in Florida, Texas, Alabama, let's say south of the Mason-Dixon line, you don't generally hear accounts over 8 foot tall or over 800 pounds. Okay, the hair, if you were to look at the renderings that Larry Batson draws based on people's encounters and descriptions, Southern Bigfoot seem to have shorter hair, right? And not the big, long, stringy fur. Like, and it makes sense to me. If you were up north where there's snow, where there's wolves, there's a totally different. Bigfoot's not the only apex predator up north. A wolf pack, 20 wolves would be a tremendous threat to even 2 or 3 big. But I don't care how big they are.
Yeah.
That would be a tremendous threat to them. So for them, 3 wood knocks could mean something completely different. It could be related to the threat of a wolf pack or something like that. But I really like the idea that the hair on, and it's like we were just talking about, hypo and hyper, right? The hair on northern Bigfoot, people explain them, is matted. It's thick. And when I find hair samples that we collect over this last year, they're always like 8 to 10 inches long. They're fairly long. They're really, really fine. There's no structural integrity to them. They're very limp hair. Whereas I've seen like Tim T's hair and stuff down in Florida, his hair samples he's found are fairly short, dark colored. They're not as translucent. They're a little coarser. And this makes sense because a Bigfoot down south where it gets 110 degrees, probably less follicles per square inch, probably has a coarser hair that leaves the skin and goes a quarter inch or so before it starts to curve. So it's just got more integrity to stand up. Whereas, because they need to ventilate body heat, right, down south. In northern Bigfoot, where they're living half the year, where it's 40 degrees and down to 40 below, they aren't ventilating, they're insulating. So more follicles per square inch, longer, finer hair that acts more like fur than hair. You know what I mean? So it makes sense when people say, well, mine didn't look like that. It's in a different environment. It probably doesn't. If you look at a mature 7-year-old buck white-tailed deer in Alabama, is probably 180 pounds at the most. And up here in the Dakotas and stuff, a white-tailed deer at 7.5 years old is like 280. I mean, we're talking 35-40% more body mass. Same species, completely different environment, you know,
regional
different forage, different temperature.
And
so
And Jeff, you mentioned, you talked about the tree knocks and all like that. I've had my share of tree knocks go on here. I've recorded a few, but you don't. From where I'm at, you don't hear those loud pops. It's like almost like someone hammering plywood or something like that. You hear that pop, 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 and it's loud, but not overwhelmingly loud.
Yeah, it's not like a home run crack,
Right.
It's more of a loud tap, if that makes sense.
James.
I hear what I kind of refer to those as indicator knocks, right? They're not trying to signal another Sasquatch that's 4 miles away across a valley or something. If there's a pod of them or a family or a clan, however you want to refer to it, if there's 3, 4, 5 of them in a group and there's a sentry and somebody's, like I did last year all the time, kayaking up a river, I'd hear a knock on the left side of the river, and then a quarter mile up in front of me on the right side, I'd hear a knock. It's almost like one saying something's here, and the other one just knocking back saying, I acknowledge that. I heard what you're telling me. They're not really trying to do anything more than just indicating to each other something's going on, or somebody's coming or something's happening.
Right.
I was going to say, Jeff, have you come across with this, and it may not fall in this category, have you ever come across the scent of any of them?
I haven't. My encounter that I had was on a small island 120 miles northeast of Flin Flon, Manitoba. I mean, it was way up there on the Churchill River system. And I was on a small island. We had pulled up on this island so my friend could take a piss. He's one of those guys that couldn't pee out of a boat, So we pulled, and it was remote. I mean, there was no cabins on this. It was way out in the middle of nowhere. And I ended up I had one standing right on the trail, 15 feet in front of me. And it actually was holding a birch log about 5 foot long and about that round at its waist level, cradled in its hands. And it was standing there on the trail. And as I looked at its thighs and looked at its waist, and when I looked up at its face, as soon as I was looking at its face, it shucked. Just like effortlessly just shucked this log at me and knocked me completely off my feet and set me down the trail. Standing that close to it, never smelled anything. I never even heard it make a sound other than just like exhaling hard when it tossed that at me. But there was no vocalization or anything. But then again, I'm on a small island. This thing likely just got done swimming to that island. Maybe it didn't stink. I don't know. I don't know what that explanation would be.
Yeah, no, I just curious. Just that's one of the few things that's weird I came across. Well, we both did. 2019 November, came across this smell. It just, I don't know how else to describe it other than it's kind of like dry death. Yeah. It was kind of like a mixture of urine with wet dry hay, but also with like the smell of death. Not roadkill, because I grew up near the woods.
It was definitely not roadkill. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what you're smelling is the skin oil, or what they call sebum. The secretion of the skin oil. So it's like a waxy substance, kind of like a dove white color waxy substance. If you can imagine candle wax on a lit candle, when you drip it out, it's so liquid, right? And then when it's completely dried, it's very hard. That in between state where like you could smear it on your fingers and you can't get it off. That's what the skin oil is like. And actually, when you see it in other primates, like people who work at zoos, zookeepers that have apes and stuff, you can look under their arms and there's like baseball-sized mats of wax built up under their arms. It's they believe that primates and possibly Sasquatch use it as a way to protect themselves from bacteria, maybe from insects, bug bites, things like that. But if it's secreted like human sweat, it likely has a foul odor. And, you know, we eat
Yeah,
everything under the sun, right? I mean, but if all you were doing was eating meat or whatever,
Yes,
you
I see what you're
know, I
saying.
mean, maybe you're not going to smell that great as you start secreting this stuff. And I'm not saying that's what you're smelling,
Yeah.
but to me,
No, I know what
again,
you're
it's
saying,
one
yeah.
of those cases of what's the most plausible explanation. I think that's probably it.
Well, that's what's weird is this is an area near it's a bigger park system, but this is still on a road. Like, I mean, it's I don't know how to describe it.
For example, it was not far from my parents. My parents live in a subdivision, and it's maybe about a mile and a half away from a subdivision. There's a church down the road a little bit. There's a water tower up the road, maybe
It's
a
a
couple
main
hundred
road,
feet.
yeah.
It's a main. It's a main. It's not a main road, but it's a.
Well, you know what I mean. Like it's a
There's enough
main. It's
traffic on it. And
yeah.
the thing that we also, a lot of correlation that we saw there was a lot of weird stuff that November, but we would always get this weird feeling we would see a lot of deer. Now, again, we live in Kentucky during hunting season. Yeah, deer are around, but right before we smelled that smell, there was a deer just, it was just looked kind of odd. It was way too close to the road and it was just like standing there very still. Again, those are things that could happen, but then we smelled the smell. We turn around because we're like, this is something weird. So I'm driving. I turn around instantly. We go back. The smell is gone. The deer is gone.
No. We drove on, and I said, let's go back through the area
Yeah,
because
that's
I
what I
got
said. We
very
turned around and it was gone.
45 minutes.
You
and
guys
it was gone,
research together? Is that what I'm getting here?
sort of.
They go on picnics and hike.
Oh, no. You couple? I mean,
You wanna
I'm trying to figure it out.
No,
Couple of idiots, maybe.
we were
Who
driving
makes
around
the
just looking at,
sandwiches,
like park
right?
system. We were just driving around that night to look at a park system actually, and it was about midnight or so. But yeah, I got really uneasy. I got really uncomfortable. I don't know really why. It just is different scent I've never smelled before. I was like, I told her, I said, drive on. I said, get out of this area, get on. But a skunk went off probably about 200 feet away on the same side where that deer is at, and so it was pretty putrid skunk on top of it. I was like, hey man, this is great. Anybody got any food with a baby diaper or something?
But, you know, skunks spray when they're defending themselves. So,
well, yeah, and exactly. But yeah, we drive up through the system, come back about, I said, let's drive that back through 45 minutes, 60 minutes
it
later.
wasn't that long. But,
And that horrific smell, the dry death one, completely gone. That skunk's still lingering on the air. So that's what really unnerved me is whatever the hell that was, it was mobile, moving, wasn't there long enough to leave a scent other than when its presence was actually there. And we also heard chirping that night too that was not right.
Oh, that was down at towards the park area, that weird chirping out.
The half house.
Yeah, that house, yeah. I'm
It's
not
literally
sure
a
it
house
was
that's cut
quite
in half.
long. Yeah, we did drive off and then come back, but the thing is, like, you know, roadkill is going to smell until it's either removed or completely, you know, disintegrates. This was not roadkill, like I said. You know, we grew up in country roads and stuff. I know what roadkill smells like, and that smell's not just going to disappear within, you know, half hour or so coming back. It was a weird night.
Yeah, it could. You know, another thing that when people say, "Well, I smelled stuff when I had my encounter," well, I didn't smell anything when I had mine. It could just be fairly simple. I mean, you know, some guys. I say this being in high school playing football and wrestling. Some guys smell worse than others. Okay, yeah. I mean, some people just don't smell that great. They can take a shower an hour later, they freaking stink already.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
It doesn't have a whole lot to do with the deodorant sometimes. And then there's also the idea that different things that we apply to our bodies smell differently on different people. Meaning, kind of an interesting article I read the other day, and I heard this like over a decade ago. There's a cologne, kind of a unisex cologne called Calyx. Calyx has over 200 ingredients in it. And if I spray it on me, it smells like kind of a grapefruity citrus lilac smell. But if I was to spray it on you, it might smell like lavender and pine. I mean, because there's so many different things in it, it just smells differently the way it reacts with different people's skin. And then you start thinking, well, what would be is that something that could exist naturally, right? Like, if a Bigfoot rubbed up against a pine tree or whatever, could that smell different on one versus another one? Could it react differently and have a bad smell on one? We've seen this in different animals and with different things like that. So again,
everything has
it's there are plausible explanations as to why you'd smell a scent with one and maybe with another one you didn't smell anything. Could even be pheromone or like a musk that is, well, for instance, you smell a white-tailed deer during the rut versus smelling one any other time of year. There's about 3 weeks where you can't stand within 20 feet of a male white-tailed deer without having to plug your nose. I mean, they stink horribly.
Shit, maybe
You
that's what
can't
it
mix
was.
that during July. You don't smell that at all. So, maybe it has to do with a mating type or a courting type situation where these scents, are present and then they aren't the rest of the year.
And I really like the approach that you're taking, how you really break it down, because a lot of people, myself included, I'm a medium, cryptids I'm getting into and learning about. But, I have this whole kind of view that, all Bigfoot they look one way, they smell one way, they sound one way, they communicate one way. And you're kind of having you look at this a different way, that, they're much like other primates, just like humans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is
pheromones,
exactly
chemistry, and
this is how it should
regions
be.
and dialect all comes into play. So,
Well, what we tend to run into in our community, so to speak, we could call it that, on YouTube, made up of thousands and thousands of people, right, is that I don't know if I'd say it's a small percentage, but it's less than half have probably had an encounter of some sort. And that may have just been, I heard a tree knock, or I saw one cross a road. I don't know. It looked like it was on its hind legs. It was 200 yards away at night, right? A lot of people have had experiences. Then there's a few handfuls of people, or let's just say dozens of people, who have had an encounter where they were 50 feet away or 100 feet, and they smelled something or whatever. And as you start hearing about these accounts, whether it's through Sasquatch Chronicles, whether it's through the BFRO investigation reports, we start regurgitating things that we've heard and read.
Right.
And so all of a sudden, something that may have gotten a lot of airplay starts to feel like that's a normal, when maybe it's not so normal. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, I mean, we have to look at this and say, what are we using for data, right? Is the data reliable to come to the assumption that this is more likely than less likely? A lot of times the data isn't, but we don't give it that credit.
Right.
We just say, hey, I've heard this 4 or 5 times, must be true, right?
Oh, Jeff.
We didn't hear the
data,
105
yes,
times
thank you.
that wasn't even applicable.
Data. Yes.
I personally went through this when I first started researching this, and I was doing it mostly online. It's before I got out there and did my own boots on the ground investigation myself, and having my own experiences and comparing data, breaking things down. How does this compare to this? You've got different experiences here and different experiences there, and you've got these so-called experts out here who are telling you this, that, and the third, and then you've got to weigh it all. You really do. You've got to weigh it all when and it goes with anything you're doing, paranormal related. And if you're going to be informing people of what's going on, you want to be as truthful and as honest and accurate as possible. Well,
we're talking about an area of the paranormal when we're talking about Sasquatch that we don't, as researchers, those who are out there trying to advance the science, okay? And I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but we could all go out at 3 a.m. and knock on a tree and get a knock back, right? And that'd be cool. I mean, we'd be telling stories about it. It'd be a great experience. But we've done very little. We've done very little to advance the science, right?
Right.
So researchers who are out, whether it's trying to collect DNA, get photographic evidence, things like this, take note of forest language to establish a pattern, or how it differs here versus geographically what we see there. Those
Right.
things can advance the science, right? So people who are out trying to work on doing that, the one thing we know for sure is this, and I'll say guilty, is a lot of type A personalities out here. There's a lot of people who are very passionate about their opinions. I look at what I've experienced and seen in the field, right? I can't speak to it as fact. I try to make very clear when I'm telling somebody an account of something that I experienced to say, I'm not stating this as a fact. I'm just telling you what I've noticed, okay? And I try to be real careful about that. But that's not typically the case. We do see a lot of people in research who want to talk about things as being fact from a factual standpoint. Well, when you do this, it means this. That's what you've noticed a handful of times. That's not a fact. That's a theory.
Exactly.
One
Thank
time
you.
it's a coincidence. One
Thank
time
you.
it's a fluke.
God,
One time it's a fluke. Twice, now it can be a coincidence. 3 times, that's starting to develop a pattern, and you might be onto something. And
Right.
4 times, you start chasing that. You start proving
Exactly.
that. And here's where we have to find ourselves, is as a researcher, when I'm really on that hunt of I need to really support that this is what I'm seeing, I have to approach that with the same tenacity to disprove it as I am trying to prove it. Okay, it's not just being
I love it.
hopeful or wanting to believe it. I want to disprove it as bad as I want to prove it, because whichever side it lands on, I want to be able to say, I swear that's how I feel about it. And if I'm just going to approach it with this optimistic attitude that I really want this to be the case, I'm not advancing the science. I'm cheating this whole community by representing it as fact just because I want it to be.
Sure.
Exactly.
Just about everybody in the chat has heard me talk about how this whole cycle's on a hamster wheel.
Yeah.
It's saddening, really, and you got so many egos getting in the way.
You got an echo chamber that's like.
But we claim it's
Right.
it's on a hamster wheel, but it's what we see on YouTube. There are tons of researchers out there that don't go near YouTube that we don't hear about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't,
true.
honestly, it was about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, where I'd been out doing this research, and then I identified these areas that me and Doug Hychek, one of my research partners, were going to pursue all last year. And so we developed a strategy to really go after this one area where we felt that there was I don't want to say habituation going on, but it was part of a routine. Like we were getting this to reoccur over and over, week after week. And we started leveraging that to collect DNA in that area. But I guess what I was getting at is when we started looking at these different things, you start realizing where people speak to the subject as being, because I've experienced it, therefore it must be, and it's like, man, the first time I saw Tim T's hair samples from Florida that he'd collected, and he collected them in a good way. I think there's more likely than not that they're Sasquatch hairs. But when he sent me pictures of them and I was really analyzing them, I was like, dude, these aren't Sasquatch hairs. They can't be, because they're not long enough. They're not limp enough. They're not translucent enough. There's no lack of medulla core, it doesn't seem like. I didn't realize that in Florida, where it's 120 degrees, his hair might not look like the hair in northern Minnesota, right?
Right.
So I was operating in this little box of what I've seen is gospel, right? But you're right. I think people see stuff on YouTube. They learn stuff on YouTube. They're putting it back out there. They're regurgitating it. Yep. And a lot of times it doesn't even, the information gets transferred in a flawed way I mean, we've all played the game when we were kids. I'd whisper something to Buck. Buck would whisper it to Chrissy. Chrissy would whisper
Telephone
it
game.
right around the circle.
Yeah.
And it was like fucking nothing like it started, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
you have
blessing and the
such
curse of,
yeah.
of social media and technology, and I see it in my community as well, is that you have some really good people who really know what they're talking about and take it seriously, and then you have people who, like you said, take something as fact that may or may not be fact and push it around and push around the false narrative, and it makes the ones that are really trying hard to do the hard work, or to be valid, it makes our jobs that much harder.
I think when you're dealing with other areas of the paranormal, whether it be with spirits and ghosts or whether it be with unidentified aerial objects, things like that, I think that you have to really approach it with an open mind, right? But here's what happens in Sasquatch research is I feel like we're approaching a flesh and blood creature, okay? I'm not saying that it doesn't have supernatural capability. Maybe it does.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to think that when I am standing there and I have one break a log that's 50 feet to my left of this trail in dense, heavy cover, I'm thinking, okay, there's a black bear there and I'm watching for it. And within 3 minutes of standing there silent, waiting to see a black bear, I turn around and there's a Sasquatch standing right on the trail 15 feet in front of me. In retrospect, I think about that. I'm blown away of how did this thing move 50 to 70 feet from point A to point B without making
any sound,
twig break. I mean, nothing, right?
Right.
And then so it'd be easy to say, well, it's supernatural. It can do this. It can do that. Here's the other explanation. It spends 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for decades being elusive and unseen, and its survivability depends on that. Maybe it just got really fucking good at moving from point A to point B without making sounds. I mean, you would. You look at a private in the Army and how he can move through the forest and he makes all this noise, and then you look at a Navy SEAL team with 15 years of experience and you wonder how the hell did they get there? It's repetitive, over and over, muscle memory. It's everything that plays into that ability to move that way. And so I'm not saying it isn't supernatural. I'm not going to say that portals couldn't exist. I'm not going to say that it could glitch from A to B. I'm just saying my research hasn't shown me that that's the case. To me, the most logical explanation is I go out into the field 50 to 150 days a year, and it's out there its whole life. And it has been since the day it's born, and it will be until the day it dies. And that's why it's that good at me not understanding how does it do that.
This is, Jeff, you have such a refreshing, unique perspective on it. Man, I really appreciate everything you said. I have been of the mind that they are not so much biological, and you have made me kind of reanalyze that. I kind of see where you're coming from. Like
I say, I don't have research that supports that they aren't capable of something supernatural. It's just my research hasn't supported that. I've seen one. I've had an experience with one. I've had them around me in the research area while I'm there that me and Doug worked over this last year. I mean, it was really to a point to where I felt like there was something bigger than a living being in my presence, but I don't have research results to make me say, well, that proves it. And so I'm limited. I mean, there's things that I consider a theory and say, I think they might be able to do this, but I never talk about them as fact because I can't prove that they do. Exactly. I believe they can see in a UV vision spectrum, just like some other animals. I believe that the color blue stands out to them and they're intrigued.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
I think that they see it. I think for me and you in our vision spectrum, when I say what's the most vivid color to you, like Chrissy, if I said what's the most vivid color, you'd say yellow or orange or maybe red, right? Blues and dark greens are subdued. They're not vivid, right? But in a UV vision spectrum, blue could be like blinding, like yellow is to us. So it may be easier for it may be intrigued by it, or it's just capable of spotting it more. Doug Hychak did research on bears, and he was the first one to ever video a bear giving birth in a den during hibernation. And he had all these 4K cameras buried in these bear dens. I mean, it was a big deal for him for a couple of years. You know what he was finding in all these dens? Blue shit, blue bottle caps, blue piece of flagging tape, a blue Deja Vu water bottle chewed up. There wasn't any other color stuff. It was little pieces of garbage that were blue. And that's when he said, I think maybe they see blue better. What do you make of that? And me and him had worked on this for a month talking about this. And I said, I've got a lot of experience in UV reaction. So colors, how they react under UV light, right? I worked for PPG coatings, paint and stuff for a long time. Worked with UV lights. And I started realizing that there's certain things that show up under UV light, which would be similar to us seeing in a UV vision spectrum. Meaning, let's suppose, like one thing that every camera lens has in common is it has a UV coating on it, a filter, right? It's for anti-glare. You could take a camouflaged game camera and strap it to a tree and put some brush around it. Me and you wouldn't see it from 20 feet away walking past it. But at night, if you saw in a UV vision spectrum and you looked at that from 200 yards away, that lens would look like a firefly to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so people say, well, why don't we get them on game cameras? It's because
And there you go.
they can see that. If I walk through the woods wearing my glasses, you know, I've got a UV coating on my glasses. It's like I might as well, even if I don't have a light, I might as well be wearing 2 flashlights strapped to my head. We don't think of those things because we don't assume that they're able to see that way. I'm not saying for a fact they do, but animals like caribou, and there's science is documenting a lot of animals that can see in a UV vision spectrum. I believe that us as humans probably used to see in a UV vision spectrum when we lived outdoors and lived in caves and hunted at night. But eventually we evolved out of it. I think it's like a recessive trait, right? We just evolve away from it, and that's what we did. But maybe Bigfoot didn't, because it's still out there at night, and it needs that.
You know, Jeff, you're not the only one I've ever heard talk about that specific trait.
That's the thing, dogs.
Go ahead, Buck.
Yeah, dogs can see blue. Dogs can see in blue and yellow, and they can see in shades of blue and violet. So yeah, there's a correlation there where animals like can see in these different kind of. And I mean, I don't know if it's exactly UV. Again, it's we have nothing, but there is correlation with animals we do know do exist, like the bears. I mean, that's the same kind of stuff. Dogs can see in shades of blue, and they react more to blue and yellow objects because that's what they see. And whereas I think cats react to I can't remember what they.
Caribou see in a UV vision spectrum. Scientists acknowledge this, and they say the most likely reason that they do is when they travel in packs in whiteout conditions, they can see the urine of the rest of the pack in the snow very easily. Even if it gets left behind, it knows where to go. And that for that same reason, scientists believe that it's possible that bears do, that deer do, that there's different animals that typically elk and things like that migrate in herds likely see in a UV vision spectrum.
Very cool. Yeah, I know. You know what? That's on me. I was thinking, I don't know why my mind, it's just, I guess it's how it runs. I was thinking in UV with humans for some reason, like how I was getting to the point where it's like, but UV's damaging to people. So I was thinking so, but I know what you're saying, like that. Yeah.
Well, and then there's other animals that
very cool.
our research over this last year, especially, took a really cool turn because Mike Ann, who works with, Joe knows him with Western New York Bigfoot, but Mike Ann is a researcher up in the Northeast in New York. And he's developed this theory that certain hair from different animals, he's read scientific reports, contacted Doug contacted me, and we started looking at this. There's certain animals whose hair reflects under UV light. It's not a reaction, it's a reflection.
Yeah.
And those animals are typically animals that are either night animals or burrow underground. So possums, if you take a little UV light and shine it on the hair of a possum, it will glow back. It has a pinkish glow to it. Pocket gophers, flying squirrels.
And a lot of them come back pink, right?
Well, like a lot of
they will reflect a UV pink reaction to UV light, which means in the UV vision spectrum, they probably appear differently. Now, we started researching the symbiotic relationship between flying squirrels and Sasquatch. And this got really interesting is because flying squirrels, you can see they look pink. Sasquatch hair, all of our known samples that we believe to be real, when you shine them under UV light, react with a pink reflection. So we started believing that in UV vision spectrum, if I'm a Sasquatch looking around in the trees, that I could identify flying squirrels very easily. And what's interesting is flying squirrels, their main diet is wood.
Good night, Chrissy.
Their main diet is wood ticks. So maybe there's a symbiotic relation where they're comfortable with flying squirrels landing on them and eating the wood ticks off of them.
That's crazy. So is it like a lot of rodents and things would also have that reflective?
Well, Mike's in the process of trying to test out. Science is this papers wrote on, hey, this animal has a UV reflection. Okay, that's one team of 2 or 3 scientists. How many people really verified that, looked at it? We're trying to look at different mammal hair samples and see how many of them actually do. Let's catalog it, right? Because if we could identify the ones that do, is there a possible symbiotic relationship where they both benefit from each other out in nature some way,
Right.
Because that exists with other animals you wouldn't think.
Yeah. There's there's documented accounts of how different animals that have symbiotic relationships, how they are able to identify each other, whether it's documenting how the sounds that they make to each other. Different species, how they're interacting, right? Ravens sitting in a tree, they sound off when a deer is coming up the trail. That lets the Sasquatch know a deer's coming. Sasquatch hides, ambushes it, and kills the deer. Who gets to eat the deer? The Sasquatch and the raven. So there's the symbiotic relationship.
Indeed. You've just touched on something I've had a theory about for a long time, because I've had them come on and circle me, cawing, and move right on off. I'm like, they'll be the only one I'll hear out there. There'll be times, you reach that dead silence when nothing's stirring, but I'll hear a raven or a crow.
Yeah. Usually birds of prey that would feed on a dead carcass, if they know that there is an apex predator capable of killing another animal, they'd like to let that predator know there's an animal here you could kill, because we'd love to eat on it after you're done. That is a natural symbiotic relationship that likely exists throughout different species. But and because of that, why wouldn't it exist with Sasquatch and different, birds or things like that? Not saying they do, it's not a fact. I'm just saying it's a theory that has a plausible explanation,
Right.
Hey, it's a good one though. It's a good one. Yeah, better than what I've heard from a lot of others. So it's on point. A lot of science is You know, just the logic of it's there, and that's what people like tend to, I don't know, stray
Well,
away
this
from
is
for some reason.
what an interesting deal that we saw is Doug Highcheck's son Blaine had some audio recordings that I've featured on my show. Actually got a video of just those recordings if you want to hear them. He's at a lake called Angleworm Lake up in the Boundary Waters, way up on the Canadian-Minnesota border. Very remote. They had to hike in for like a whole day just to get to this spot. Blaine and his girlfriend were up there, and they ran Zoom audio recorders around their campsite day and night. Even if they'd go hiking, they'd leave them sitting by the tent. And they've got recorded during the night tree knocks that are in 3 different locations, 3 different distances away, huge rocks being thrown into the lake right next to the tent, and even 2 instances where bowling ball sized rocks were thrown at their tent. And he went out the next day and they were there. It's all on the audio recordings. But what's really interesting is the second night of recording, and you can hear him in his tent. It threw a rock and rolled it right up to the tent. And Blaine's like, take it easy, big guy. Take it easy. You know, like he's just talking so like, because he's been here before in this area and had it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear it throw a huge, like a kasploosh clack sound into the water where it threw a rock into a water that was only about 2 foot deep that had a rock bottom on it.
You heard it hit the bottom.
And you could hear it clack as it splashes the water. Eventually, you can hear it walk away. And during the whole time, there's no wind. There's no, just that night ambiance sound of maybe insects in the air, you know, is really all you hear, that dither sound, right? There's nothing you hear at all besides the silence, Blaine's voice as he's talking to his girlfriend, whispering to her, and the sounds this thing's making. And when you hear it walk away, about 30 seconds later, all of a sudden you start hearing it. Flying squirrels. They're in the trees chipping at each other. Like it's leaving, and the flying squirrels are telling each other, we got to go, it's leaving. It's like, we documented it. It's flying squirrels that you're hearing in those trees all of a sudden when this thing walks away.
Wow.
Well,
That's when I called Doug. I said, do you realize Blaine's video or audio recordings have flying squirrels chipping at each other once that thing walked away? And we went back and listened to it, and it was like, we were developing this theory that there could be a symbiotic relationship between these two things. And here it felt like maybe we're on to something here, you know. Again, is it scientific proof? It's very far lacking of being that, but supports the theory.
Absolutely, yeah. I just subscribed. I just looked you up, so I've subscribed. I'm gonna look into that because like this is all like a very great way to approach it. Like I'm it's refreshing because a lot of times it's just.
Hell yeah, Jeff's got some good content, man.
Jeff approaches it in a way that's scientific. You can't go in with a closed mind. You have to, you know, like you said, prove it and try to disprove it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I think we're all guilty of being in this community and you know, taking what people say for fact, or you know, in the beginning I was like, oh shit, it does that and it does that and it does that, and then you realize, no, it's all speculation. And yeah, but in the beginning, I was just all like wide-eyed and holy shit.
Yep, same. And you're like, wait a damn minute, God damn it, no, that doesn't seem right. I mean, you're right, it's speculation, and it's like.
Well, and here's another thing that we had touched on earlier. I know when you were saying about different mediums, when they talk about things, you know, it can be frustrating when somebody's not very experienced at it, right? And you consider yourself being very good at it, and then you're like, they don't really do me any service when they speak unintelligently or assumptively on things, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I've got people in this community, and some of them are very freaking popular. I mean, tens of thousands of followers, right? That I look at and say, "Cal, you know, I really don't like how they handled this, or I don't like how they represent this as being a fact. I don't think it's fair to do that. It's misleading to people." Here's the thing. I can not like that person for whatever reason, but the idea that I can't learn something from somebody that I may not like is going to hurt us. if we start building walls based on personalities.
Mm-hmm.
Because, people look at, and I'll use them as an example. People look at Carrie from Bigfoot Odyssey. Listen, I'm going to tell you, 168, I don't care if you don't like his pictures, if you think they weren't clear enough or whatever. Carrie brought that many people together to share fellowship, share experiences, learn from each other. That alone advanced the science. And if that's all he accomplished with the 168, it's a success, right? I get that the pictures maybe aren't as good.
I was there, and
So when I look at Carrie, I'll say, well, I would have done that different, but here's the thing. I believe his encounter is real. I believe he experienced what he claims he experienced in that encounter. When he has guests on, some of them I might look at and say, that's horse shit. And other guests, I'm like, man, that guy's really well-spoken and intelligent, right? We can't pigeonhole everybody based on personality traits or differences of opinion. I don't like his hat. I don't like his accent. He pissed me off one night because he laughed when I suggested something. We let that shit get in the way. Problem is I don't care if you like him or not. It's possible when they're speaking about something, they might say something that you say, holy shit, I never thought of that before.
Right.
I never thought about looking at it from that perspective. We can learn stuff from people we don't like. And that's why we need to be careful about the poison we throw out there.
Yeah. I mean, just because I disagree with somebody's opinion, I'm not going to invalidate it. I tend to, there's a few that there's some things I can't abide by. It's got nothing to do with any of the subject matter. It is solely actions and it just deplorable behavior I've seen and that they've developed a pattern for. And that's where I have to say, you know what? I don't give a shit if you discover Bigfoot today and you bring him in. I don't want nothing to do with it because I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't like your personality, how you treat people. That's where I have to. That's where I draw the line.
We have to kind of force ourselves to rise above that. That's not easy. I get that, right?
Yeah.
People look at Matt Moneymaker, the face of BFRO. They don't like how quickly he is to say that's Sasquatch or this is that, whatever. Whatever you want to say about him negative, I'm not going to say that you don't have a point, right? I might agree with it wholeheartedly. However, you're talking about an organization that involves hundreds of different investigators. So now, do we approach the BFRO as a whole and everybody who's worked in this community to advance the science with the same disdain based on one person? I don't think that's fair.
No,
and here's the other thing that we're dangerously putting ourselves into. Matt Moneymaker's still going out there in the woods. What happens if he gets 4K color video of one of these things and comes forward and says, here's video that I got. Now, just because you don't like him, you're going to let that slant you to say, bullshit, that's not real, it's fake. That's not fair.
No. I'm not even.
We just have to really be careful in how. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have to be careful ourselves is to not put stuff out there as facts. Say, this is what I've experienced. I don't think Matt did that properly. I think there's hundreds of accounts of him trying to state things as facts without presenting it from a neutral standpoint. The importance of trying to disprove something with the same tenacity as you are trying to prove it needs to be done in science. I don't think he's done that a lot of times. Therefore, he deserves the stones that are cast at him, probably, but certainly not everybody in the BFRO does. I think
I think that don't bother me actually. It's more like I said. It's when I see behavior where people are outwardly dismissive, toxic personality traits. Condescending towards others, negating others'
narcissism and things.
And there's tons of it out there.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, that's I can disagree all day long with, but when I start seeing you have an effect on other people and you're being detrimental and being shitty and that's where I have to draw a line. And I don't care what you find. I don't want nothing to do with you because
if you're working to advance the science, any accomplishments that you achieve should stand on their own merit. You shouldn't have to squash anybody down for you to appear to be taller. You know what I mean? It
Yep.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so that's where that's more what I'm talking about. Like somebody all day long can like do different research, and I'm just like, oh no, that's fine. I don't care about that. It's when I see people like being just classless and nasty to others, and just for no reason at all, and that's where I'm like, okay.
Well, because it gives the entire thing a bad name. You know, that person is kind of
Muddies the
representing
water.
your whole cryptid research, your Sasquatch research, and this person is kind of at that moment being the spokesperson for what you represent, and they're giving it a bad name. And that's kind of what I found, like I said, with the expansion of social media and YouTube and stuff, with what I do as well. And, and
I think these challenges exist in all areas of the paranormal, whether you're looking at ghost and spirit type channels or UFO related channels. You see this. I don't think it's as toxic in any of them as it is here. And I think that's because we are, I tried to say this last night to a degree on your show, Mogs, in chat, was that when we approach, I think a lot of us approach Sasquatch from a flesh and blood standpoint. I mean, there is a lot of woo in it, or a lot of, ideas that it could maybe this or it could do that or whatever. I think that it comes down to wrapping your head around something that you perceive to be flesh and blood, or at least likely flesh and blood, or, probably flesh and blood, versus approaching something that we know to have a supernatural characteristic, whether that's ghosts, spirits, UFOs, something otherworldly, not from our specific environment, the unknown of it. It's easier to make a claim or talk about an experience. And who's really capable of saying, well, that's bullshit, they don't do that? I've never heard somebody say a spirit doesn't say that. They only say this, right? I mean, they don't. But in the Bigfoot community, it's like, oh, they never do that. If somebody says they do that, that's bullshit. It's like people just get so close-minded in the Bigfoot community because they think that it's so nuts and bolts.
See, that's another funny thing. I look at. I guess I'm under the whole umbrella of cryptozoology. That's the crypto community, and I guess the Bigfoot. I didn't consider this. It's a totally different outside of that in a lot of ways. Like it's its own little niche group that's kind of the same size.
Absolutely.
So,
well, I think that if you ask anybody who believes in UFOs, do you think spirits are real? I'd say well over 90% of them agree that they are. Same, vice versa, Yeah. But then when you start talking about Sasquatch, all of a sudden it's like throwing a dart at a board as far as the reply you're going to get.
Which is crazy.
A little bit of everything, right?
I know, right?
And I've never understood that because it's like if you're going to believe in one, like what you're opening your mind up to one thing. Why can't you open your mind up to all? I think
there's not a physical connection to the one to the other. What it is the ability to be open-minded. That's a personal characteristic. If I'm open-minded enough to say, I think you'd be very naive. I don't care if you're a Christian, a Buddhist, whatever. Very naive to stare up into the night sky and see all of those stars and say, we're the only place that would ever have life. I think you have to be the giant narcissist to be able to believe that we can only exist intelligently here. That doesn't make sense to me, how people can look out there and say, I mean, it doesn't make sense. But when it comes to Sasquatch, that's different. What we're talking about is, had there never been an encounter, would anybody be talking about it? No, to me, when I'm talking to a skeptic who doesn't believe, my biggest probably talking point would be, you're telling me that 10,000 years ago, some dude sat around a campfire and got drunk, made up a story, and somehow globally, it got depicted on cave walls and in lore and in drawings and in stories cast on globally with no internet, with no cell phones, with no global communication.
And that's
Somehow,
the thing.
all over the world,
Exists in
this
all these
became part of history because one fucking idiot made up a story.
It started
That's
with a
not
joke.
possible. That's
It's
not
either the
possible.
biggest connected psyops ever, which is just, that's what I mean. That's what I always pose. It's either this is the most unique psychological, sociological, whatever you want to call it, phenomenon that humanity's ever had to be able to be connected in this way to bridge a story continuously about something that's completely just made up, which that doesn't, I can't get that's just playing devil's advocate. That doesn't make sense to me though. How the hell we can't do that? So like, you're right. Like you're telling me this is all just like some guy made up and everybody's like, well.
But the thing is there is a version of Sasquatch that exists in, like you said, in all these cultures and all these countries. There's one in Australia. There's one in China.
Russia,
everyone has their version of what a Sasquatch is. And like you said, this predates written communication anyway. So how does Iceland communicate with the indigenous United States, communicate with Australia about this thing? Either it exists and they're seeing the same thing, or something else is going on. But I mean,
well, I mean, okay, so we look at different animals and we say, how did they get in North America, right? Did they cross the Bering, did it come over the landmass, right? And science on a lot of animals, they say, I don't know, right? We don't know the answer to that, right? Well, then how can you then explain that all these depictions somehow, that there's an explanation of how they all got there globally? There's no explanation for that. You can't say, I'm not sure if that animal showed up here. How did it end up in North America? If you don't know the answer to that, then you aren't capable of supporting the theory that somehow globally everybody spread the same story.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Right. Right.
You were talking about how, people are willing to believe in UFOs and ghosts, and then it comes to Bigfoot. They're like, it's a joke or whatever, but I think it's more out of a fear, because Bigfoot becomes terrestrial. It's
right.
On the ground. Yeah. It's earthbound. It's not flying around. It's not a ghost. It's
tangible.
You're involved
it's tangible. It's something you can literally walk out to the woods and literally
get your ass
see.
kicked.
Exactly.
Think about this. How many times?
It's an apparition. You don't know if you're going to see it. Some people see it. Some people don't. UFOs, you might get abducted, you might not. But everybody's got a backyard. Everybody could go off into the terrain and have a chance encounter. Bigfoot is a primate-ish, being, and that makes it more real and tangible. It's not.
Well,
you could say ish, but it's more than likely a primate, I think.
Yeah.
Whether it's Bigfoot, whether we're talking about ghosts, whether we're talking about God, everybody has a different threshold, and they're on a journey that they require enough. They have a threshold of proof that it's going to take for them to become a believer, whether that's an experience, whether that's talking to somebody who had an encounter that they believe to be truthful enough to say, I can reach that threshold through this person's account, whatever. Whether that's God, whether it's Bigfoot, whether you're a Chevy guy or a Ford guy, everybody gets to that threshold somehow, right? And now you think about, let's just use UFOs for an example. How many times, whether we were children or maybe in our adult life, we looked up at the sky at night when we were camping or whatever, and we saw something that I couldn't explain, right? Not saying like it was a triangle of three lights and it was fine. I'm talking about just, it may have appeared as a satellite, but it was moving too fast, or it seemed to take a turn or something.
Change direction.
It's like when you look up at the sky and you see something that it just doesn't seem like I have the answer to what I just saw. You've now opened your mind up and say, oh, maybe it's possible, right? And there's so many people who've had that beginning of a journey to say, maybe UFOs are real, because I remember seeing something I couldn't explain. How many people have seen Sasquatch versus how many haven't? There's a lot of people who are believers who've never had an encounter, and they're basing that on the global depictions, or there's just too many accounts, or they had a friend who was had too much to lose. They were a sheriff's deputy. I remember hearing this account or that account.
Mhm.
This is somebody who wouldn't make it up. And they got to that threshold of proof it was going to take without having the personal experience. I just think that when it comes to UFOs, spirits, hearing a voice and not understand where it came from, there's more people who have had those experiences that open their mind up than there are people who actually saw a Sasquatch.
Oh, true. I
And
agree.
so it's just easier to open your mind up to other areas of the paranormal than it is to Bigfoot.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. You know, you can probably know more people that have had that experience than, yeah.
I'm kind of curious. How many people in chat have actually been here for 4 hours? Raise your hand.
None of
Uh,
them.
I just
Hiker-
looked up, damn, dude.
Hiker X, I can tell you, Hiker X, Mopar Bill, they've been here. Judy,
I think
they've been here for the
Jen
long
and
haul.
Batman both were.
I did a 5-hour show once for on New Year's Eve, and everybody stuck it out. It was
Damn,
That's awesome.
pretty good. God,
This right, I was,
Captivating.
4 hours. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I don't.
dude,
My kidneys are hurting. I don't know what's happening to me.
Oh my god.
I was gonna. The conversation was going along so good and has so much momentum and so much information being shared here. This is one of the things I like about getting everybody together, and
Yeah,
we're
definitely.
sharing this information, this factual information, no bullshit, and I love it. I absolutely fucking love it.
Well, it's good to meet like two new like people like and actually hear like like logical, but like just calm. I don't know. You're not shouting and making people feel bad. So you know what?
Yeah.
Already
You don't play that.
good in my book, but no, it's just it's
We have
refreshing.
cut.
It's like, you know, it's very like here's the stuff. I dig it. Like it's really cool because it's like I don't know. I just don't feel like you're selling me anything. That's what's nice about it. I feel like a lot of times I'm
Right.
getting sold something, and I'm like, you guys just this is what happened, and
again, yeah.
it is what it is.
And
Fuck
that's
you
why
if you don't like
people
it.
that's why non-believers stay non-believers, because there are the people, the car salesmen of Sasquatch or whatever, that are going out there
Yeah.
with the wrong approach, you know, and
Yeah.
people don't always drive with that. But yeah. No, this is a
Well,
great,
the way
like,
I
do-
present my experiences in research, I learned based on my encounter. When I started talking about my encounter I grew up the son of a hunting and fishing guide, and I guide hunters myself, and I have friends who are guides, and started talking to them. I have 4 of them that I network very closely with, and 2 of them are not believers, and 2 of them are. And I kind of took a risk when I started talking to them about it. I don't want them to think I'm losing my mind, right? But, I kind of reached a point, and maybe it was when I turned 50 years old, where I really didn't give a shit.
Fuck it.
I'm going to share with you my encounter, and if you believe me, if it helps you on your journey to get to your threshold, great. If it doesn't, I don't carry a burden to make you believe. That's not my burden. That's your journey. It's not my journey.
Absolutely.
I can
yeah.
I can share my experience, and other people can share their experiences with me. Whether or not I believe them or not shouldn't bother them, because they never had the burden of making me believe when they chose to share it. They were just sharing something that happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I think it's made up or not, is that they didn't have a burden to make me a believer. They chose to share it. I share my encounter, and I always approach it that way. So now when I talk about research, I share what I've seen in research and what I've discovered in my research. And I do so just saying, this is what I've noticed. I'm not claiming it to be fact. I don't even care if you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, I never shared it with you assuming some burden to make you believe me. If you don't believe me, don't believe me. I don't give a shit. I'm still going to wake up tomorrow and go out and do research. So
Right.
what do I care if you believe me or not? I'm telling the truth on this is what I've seen. This is what I've experienced. And if you choose to believe it, believe it. If you don't, I'll live tomorrow. I'll wake up. And I think when you share your encounters and your research and your experiences with people, whether it's Bigfoot or anything else, if you do so without the burden of feeling like you need to make somebody believe you, rather than just sharing it because it seems like the right thing to do. I'm going to share an experience with you that I had. Take it for what it's worth. And I'm not going to be offended if you don't take it the way I want you to take it. If we can approach it that way, then there is no need to raise your voice and get all used car salesman-y.
Right.
Guys, I am going to bounce.
Yep. It's about time to wrap things up.
Well,
anyway.
I haven't even eaten dinner yet. I'm like,
Damn it, man.
But I do want to send out an invitation to Buck. And I'm sorry, hon. What was your name? What was
Jamie.
your name?
It's Jamie.
Jamie.
Okay. My channel is called Mogion Monster.
Oh, I was muted. Hi, sorry.
If you guys ever want to pop on, check it out. You're more than welcome to come on and experience.
I'll come on any channel. I go live on my channel occasionally and do readings and things, and I love this new perspective. It's different from my normal, and it's refreshing. I really like it. So thank you all for having me on.
Where are you?
It was a pleasure,
Jamie. Where are you located at?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, I went to basic training at Fort Knox in
really?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep,
Home of the tankers.
Went there. Yep, my dad was in the military there too. Very cool. Yeah. John and I are both from Louisville here.
Buck.
Yeah. It wasn't my favorite place on earth. Agony, heartbreak, and misery are the three big hills we had to march up at Fort Knox. But
that sounds about right for pretty much how you describe this entire city.
I was getting ready to say agony, misery. What else did you say? That's pretty much sums up all of Kentucky.
So when we were in basic training, we had to go on a 25-mile march with 40-pound rucksacks and in full BDU gear. And you're marching for like 7 or 8 miles. And you come out of the woods and you're staring at this highway that it goes up. And I mean, it's up. And they call that hill Agony. So you go up it and then you get to where you're walking down and you're like, oh, thank God we're done with that, right? And you march around the corner and there's another one that's even bigger.
Oh my
and
God.
They call that Heartbreak. That hill's name is Heartbreak. And there's a third one further down the march that's called Misery. So Agony, Heartbreak, and Misery are the three hills at Fort Knox that you
That's hilarious.
will march if you're in basic training there.
Oh,
Lee, thank you. Jeff,
it was a pleasure.
Hope to see you soon.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's great, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by, Mogs. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm gonna look at what's your channel again?
It's called Mogion Monster. I'll
Better spell it. Mogo.
LLON. Monster. And you'll see WTF.
Named after the Mogollon Rim in Arizona.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
It's Arizona's Bigfoot.
Oh, yep. There we go. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I was gonna say,
Been doing it a
I'm
little
sure I
while.
do, because like I said, it's nice to hear good, have good conversation and actual good opinion and good people. Very good, all around good. I think that's how I describe it.
A good round table's good.
Absolutely.
Sharing of ideas, man. Bringing it down.
Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, we'll see
You too, brother.
Take care.
Absolutely, you guys. Take care.
To everybody in chat, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, and I hope everybody had a good time. And I want to thank Buck. I want to thank you, Jeff. I want to thank everybody who come here. Chrissy.
I'd love to have you on
Jamie.
my show someday. That'd be fun.
Dude, I'd love to. I'd love
I do
to.
Monday nights at 10 Eastern, 9 Central. Where are you located at?
I'm in Virginia.
Oh, that's right. I remember. So 10 o'clock your time on a Monday night. I don't know.
Right.
You got to be up early Tuesday, but love to have you on sometime.
That would be awesome, man. I'll check it out. I'll come on over and I'll holler at you. And tomorrow night, I will be co-hosting with Daniela Aiello on the Bigfoot Odyssey. So if y'all want to, if y'all haven't had enough of my ugly mug tonight, you can hop on over there and see what we got cooking on the Bigfoot Odyssey tomorrow night. Guys, thanks again for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. All of you wonderful, beautiful individuals who have held out for 4 hours and 13 stinking minutes. I love you, mean it. And from the bottom of my heart, you guys have a great night, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow over at Bigfoot Odyssey.